do it for the glory. One shot, no stopping now. We do it for the glory. One chance to wear the crown. We do it for the glory, glory. We do it for the glory, glory. We do it for the glory. One shot, no stopping now. We do it for the glory. One chance to wear the crown. We do it for the glory, glory. We do it for the glory.
David beat Goliath. Galen Hall will lift the trophy.
It's a heart, and that means it's over. Watson wins the Bahamas.
Dominic Packer has done it.
Really sick start to this kid's career.
Bang, 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 bang. Maria Lampropoulou is the PCA champion.
Elke wins the main event. Another year, another trophy.
Call him Mr. PCA. DeBella calls, and that's it. He will take the PCA title. The PCA is back.
Hello once again, welcome to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. It's final table time at Baha Mar in Nassau as we play down to a winner in the $10,000 buy-in PCA main event. 889 total entries, just 6 players remain. By the end of today, there will be 1. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
Hey everyone.
Now guys, normally, main event Sunday would be the last day of our broadcast. We're not even halfway through. Griffin, the PSPC starts tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's very exciting. And a lot of the reason why we're here, I mean, there's going to be so many interesting characters that are going to be coming. There's a rogue kind of wild card feel to what to expect. But the reality is the PCA main event for the better part of the last 20 years has been, you know, the crown jewel of poker in the Bahamas. I mean, this event brings out some of the best players in the world. We're seeing some old school players we haven't seen for a while because of the PSPC as well wanting to be out here. You know, if you're a fan of really good high stakes tournament poker, you've gotten your money's worth.
Well, I'm very excited for the 25K tomorrow, I have to say.
Guys, can we please live in the present?
No, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. Because we are going to award $1.5 million to the winner, $1 million to the runner-up. Huge sums of money up for grabs. Before we get into the detail, let's talk about how we got down from 2 tables to 1. Yesterday, we saw 16 players take their seats dreaming of the final table. Start of day chip leader Michel Detani got the ball rolling with the bust outs, eliminating Maurizio Pais in 16th. Spanish pro Sergi Reitzak's deep run came to an end when he hit the rail in 12th. And Detani was at it again when he eliminated Alan Mello in 10th. With 1 table remaining, Alex Raymond made an impressive read, folding a full house when Pedro Neves rivered a bigger boat.
From this turn, it's a king on the river.
It's a little hard from Neva Bluff here.
Whoa!
Oh my God! What a fold! What a fold!
Lays down ace-queen.
Neves went on to claim the chip lead and dispatched Alexandros Kolonius in 7th place, leaving us with the final 6. And as I've already alluded to, with just 6 players remaining, of course, now we're paying out ridiculous sums of money. 6-figure scores and more. Let's check on the payouts at this final table. Next player out more than 300 grand, nearly 400K for 5th, more than $500,000 for 4th, 677,000 for 3rd. And then we hit the 7-figure scores. $1 million to the runner-up, $1.5 million to the winner. And Joe, with the money jumps, it does tend to slow down the pace of play.
Yeah, slow is an accurate word, but maybe not a fair word. We did see things pretty slow yesterday. I just don't like to use that word. I prefer to use the word deliberate because it's not slow. These are decisions that are worth hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking about into the millions. So it's not slow. It's deliberate. It's well thought out.
That's a good word, deliberate. We'll go with deliberate. The discrepancies in the prize money, Griffin, what is it, a $1.2 million difference between 6th and 1st? Does that make deal discussions more likely, especially if the stacks even out a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a lot of these players, if not all of them, are professionals. They're going to recognize these opportunities do not come up very often, and you need to secure some money. I mean, even if you think your edge is slightly ahead of some of these other regs at the table, it might be a good opportunity to take a little off and secure yourself more.
Okay, let's talk about who will be taking their seats on the main stage today. Let's look at the 6 players who've made the final table of the 10K PCA main event. Pedro Neves leads with 62 big blinds. Alex Raymond, Artem Arturosian hovering around the 60 big blind mark. Michel Detani and Christoph Chick with around 40 big blinds each. And Jamil Wakil is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Just 7 big blinds with most of the 50-100 blind level still to play. Griffin, we've been watching the action since the start of day 2. Over the course of the last few days, especially over the course of yesterday, who's impressed you the most?
You know, I don't want to be that guy and just name all the chip leaders here, but I have to give credit to the Canadian Raymond with that fold yesterday with the ace-queen. Everybody was talking about it. It was incredible to watch. The dynamic that really interests me is that between Neves and Martirosyan. They both have around 60 big blinds. There were some really interesting hands yesterday where there are two separate 3-barrel bluffs from Neves against Martirosyan, and there's sort of these sly smiles between them. You can tell these guys really know what they're doing, and they're seated really close to each other. That's what I'm really looking out for today.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that the final 6 are all incredibly talented, as you'd expect the final table of a $10,000 buy-in event. I want to talk about Jamil Wakil briefly, Joe, because we saw he is super short. And for as long as he's hovering around with a sub-10 big blind stack, that's going to limit everyone else's options?
Yeah, Jamil is a huge factor right now, and not necessarily for himself because he is the shortest stack, but as long as he is hanging around, it really limits what the other players can do. And something we refer to as ICM jail. And it really does limit your freedom as to what you can do at the table. You can't really get too involved in big pots while he's still there. Although, from what I understand, it's still better than regular jail. So.
Glad to know. At the opposite end of the spectrum is Pedro Neves, who comes into the final day as chip leader. And we spoke to Pedro at the conclusion of play last night.
I'm just trying to make the best decision possible in every hand I have. And that's it, level by level, day by day. And I'm here in the final 6. I'm obviously very happy, but there's still job to be done.
What would it mean to you to win this event?
I didn't think much about it because it's poker and everything can happen, but it certainly will be special if it happens. If it doesn't happen, it will be special too. I will come back more times to PCA, to EPTs, to wherever live poker events there are. So it will be another day in the job, a big one, and I want to play the best I can tomorrow, and that's it.
I really love his genuine appreciation of the moment, though a part of me would have thought it was hilarious if he was like, if I don't win, I'm leaving you a terrible review online. 2 stars, would not play again.
Best of luck to all 6 players, and best of luck to you if you're going to be competing in the Mini PSPC over the next 5 days. Part of the Mini PCA. Yes, this online series continues until Friday, February the 3rd. And it is main event Sunday. That's right, the Mini PCA main event, which will be awarding an EPT Monte Carlo package to the winner. Well, it looks like the 6 players are about to take their seat to the final table. It is time to play down to a champion in the PCA 2023 main event. And I may have spoken too soon because there is the final table. There are 6 empty seats. The problem with starting a final table around lunchtime is that players arrive and then they find they're hungry. And apparently they've gone off to get some food.
As a group?
I mean,
they've gotten very close over the last few days.
Exactly. You play poker together over 5 long days. It's going to make lifelong friendships.
It really is the fond memories they're creating. And the fond lunches.
So we came back last night after the final break of the day at level 29, 50,000, 100,000 blinds. I believe we only played like 2 or 3 hands, and then we lost Alexandros Kolonias. So there is still 81 minutes left on the clock. Most of that level still to play out, which is great news for the human calculator.
Heck yeah, hold on. Let me just beep, bop, boop, bop, beep, bop, boop. Let me dial in.
I've always thought your robot voice was better than mine.
Can't turn it off. That's all a part of me.
Well, obviously, we still need to do the official final table photo. Looks like their chips are still in bags. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think we're going to be getting cards in the air imminently.
That's cool. I'm still filling out my ballots for the Global Poker Awards, so just let me know when you need me.
Bless you for the campaign, Joe. It is genuinely appreciated.
James Hardigan is the best broadcaster. I don't care if I'm breaking the rules by saying it. And anyone that has any sway or knows someone who's been sent a ballot, you really need to make the right choice here. Please and thank you.
Agree.
Well, we have one player at the feature table. 1 out of 6 ain't bad. Is that what Meatloaf used to sing about?
I think so, yeah. The Bat Out of Hades.
You guys see that reference? Meatloaf reference? Before the cards are even in the air?
That's right.
Best broadcaster
for
of the
your
year.
consideration.
So what I really want to know is when are the nominees revealed for the Favorite Live Stream Award? Because that is going to be a public vote, Joe, and that is when we need to marshal the fan base to get behind what we do.
That's the big one.
So these are the players arriving a short while ago inside the main space here at Baha Mar. Michel Detani. Pedro Neves, who is the chip leader, coming into play today. Christoph Chick. Alex Raymond.
They all look well fed.
Jamil Wakil, the short stack, still smiling. And EPT Sochi champion Artur Martirosyan.
You can do it. You can smile. You don't have to be a killer right now.
Well, we've already heard from the chip leader. We've spoken to all the other players at the start today, including Alex Raymond.
It's awesome. It's been an awesome experience. The structure's just so deep, so there's a lot of play. It's not like a fast-paced final table where a lot of luck is involved. There's a lot of skill that has to be played out, and it goes to show who are the best players in the end. So obviously everyone that's there got lucky at some point, but still these are really good players, and I'm just happy to be there. So for me to win this event, it'd probably be one of the 2 or 3 biggest moments in my life. It's a highlight of my career, but also just of my life, like the experience to play this live rather than online, to share the moment with the experience with friends, family. So that's just awesome. And also it would be actually right now it's at the biggest score I've had in any tournament playing poker. So I'm already pretty happy with the situation.
I meant to ask you, Griffin, when we were discussing that laydown, do you know Alex as he is a Quebecian player?
I don't, but I feel like I should, and that's on me.
And again, I'd like to highlight that incredible fold that we saw Alex Raymond make yesterday, folding a full house to a better full house. He is the last remaining qualifier, by the way. Got into this event via a $530 online satellite. Yes, I know that Artur Martirosyan was also a qualifier, but he is on his 3rd bullet. So I'm saying that the qualification ticket's gone. He's now in on his own dime. 2 of them.
20 cents?
So what you're saying is,
you're
saying he doesn't qualify as a qualifier?
It means the world to me. This is a very special event. It's the first time I've ever played it, first time in the Bahamas, first tournament I've ever played outside the contingent 48 states. So, I mean, for this to be my first run ever in this arena, on this stage, I mean, it's huge. It means so much to me, and I'm grateful to be here. I don't want to give you too ambiguous of an answer, but honestly, I bet these guys have done a lot more research than me. I'm just going to come in and try to play my game, do the best of my ability, and, you know, take it as the cards come, feel it out. You know, stack distribution is so important. It's pretty balanced except for one short stack. So I think the early going is going to be interesting to see how that plays out. And after that, if the short stack does bust, it's going to be a bloodbath. So I'm ready for war.
Christoph Chick making his first trip outside the US to play poker, the first tournament he's played outside of the USA. Won a World Series of Poker circuit event in Baltimore in 2015. Now at the final table, guaranteed his best ever live cash.
And a great interview, too. Humble, but also like, I'm ready to go.
Honest, too. Love that.
Yeah. Very refreshing.
So we've heard from 3 of the finalists. Who else have we got to talk to? I know, Michel Detani. Now, he came into play yesterday as the chip leader. He's going to come into play today, 4th on the leaderboard, with a 40 big blind stack.
And best dressed.
This final table represents a lot to me because I've been playing for too many years. I played a lot of main events so far, and this is actually my first time reaching day 4. Now it's day 6, but I had never passed day 3 before, so I feel like I deserve this. To win it today, I need to run a little bit good and respect the other players and try to pick up some spots here and there, go for the players I feel are weaker, and try to keep far from the strongest until the end.
Now, I recognize Michel Detani from the EPT, where he has had a few cashes, but I think, Griffin, we've probably seen more of him play online. Freelancer ZZ. Freelancer.
Oh, it's Freelancer. Wow. Yeah, we've seen a lot of him.
He's removed a lot of boils.
Of course, the big hand we saw him involved with came on day 4 when he had aces against ace, king, and queens and eliminated both Ramon Kalilas and Elias Gutierrez in the same hand.
And played that hand perfectly. Got all the chips in. There's Nevis.
Is he nervous?
Oh, nice.
It's always coming, Nevis.
Okay, guys, yeah, about a minute. Artur, come on up a little bit. Alex, same, right up here. Michael, come right up here.
Hopefully not much longer now, guys. Looks like all the players are on set. Looks like we are going to just have the final table photo taken, and then we will be able to get them in their seats, get cards in the air, and start this final table and play down to a champion.
Artur, goes that way a little bit. And Alex, come on in. That way we can see the PCA logo. Keep going a little more. Right there.
Now, Artur Martirosyan has already tasted success. He was an EPT champion in 2021, won the only EPT that took place that year. Has had numerous big scores online, including winning 2 W Coupe titles in the same night.
Wow.
Yes, a very accomplished player.
And a nice smile.
When you can get it.
And we spoke to Artur just before he took his place on the main stage.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Good luck. Thanks for the lighting. Appreciate it.
I'm feeling good right now, feeling confident. I've been playing a lot lately, and I'm very glad to be on the final table. I hope I will do my best. I am EPT champion, and if I win this, I will become only one player who win APT and PCA. Yeah, it means for me that I can make a history.
The thing everyone says about Mar Arthur 1 is that he seems to be older than he is. He's only 25 years old, but he already has $4.6 million in live cashes. After that win in Sochi in March of 2021, he took down the 100K Super High Roller Bowl. He recently won a 25K High Roller at EPT Barcelona, and I mentioned his numerous Coupe titles, including those 2 W Coupe wins in the same night.
And so gracious, such a great interview. All these guys get PR training in the last 12 hours? That was excellent.
I'm glad you highlighted that, Griffin. The fact that they seem to be an amicable, nice bunch of guys goes a long way, right? There's no one who you're... Sometimes you get someone at the table, he might be kind of anti-sweating, but not in this case.
Okay, you don't have to say names. Just write them down on this piece of paper.
I don't need to. You know who I'm going to. Okay, the chips are unbagged. The players are in their seats. We'll just take one last look around the table, and then it'll be time to shuffle up and deal.
There is Artur. Like his shirt.
Thank you.
Liking the shirt game. Last few couple tables.
So to highlight, Pedro Neves is the chip leader. Jamil Wakil is the short stack. 61 big blinds for Neves, 7 big blinds for Wakil. And Raymond and Martirosyan aren't that far behind Neves. It's not like he has a huge advantage.
Oh, no, not at all. They're, you know, within 3 big blinds from each other. I mean, that's actually a dynamic I'm going to be interested in, is like, is someone going to emerge as table captain, right? Because, you know, Datani with the 40 big blinds and Christopher Chick with the 37, they're kind of in that no man's land. They have to really respect the ICM, as Joe was talking about, with Jamil Wakil only on those 7 big blinds. But the other 3 up top, you know, they might want to jockey for, you know, who's going to take advantage of this little standstill until Wakil may bust.
I vote no on the table captain. I think if there was going to be one, we would have seen it already, but you don't know. You don't know what someone decided overnight. You don't know who they talked to. You don't know what strategy they developed.
Could have been a captain's meeting.
Exactly.
You know?
I just highlight one last time, we are picking up the action where we left off last night. 81 minutes left on the clock of level 29. Blinds are 50,000, 100,000 with a 100K big blind ante. Let's shuffle up and deal. The final table of the PCA 2023 main event is underway. The trophy and the $1.5 million first score up for grabs.
Let's do it. Getting goosebumps a little bit. It's exciting.
Ew.
Hand number 1 of the final table. Action has been folded to the short stack, Jamil Wakil. King Jack offsuit in the cutoff.
That'll be good enough.
See you at the river. Hopefully not the lazy river.
Well, this is a pretty committing raise from Wakil. Half his chips go in the middle, more than half, 425,000. And Queen Jack suited for Christoph Chick in the big blind.
Sam would know what to do.
Sam will be here shortly. I'm sorry I'm not good enough for you.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, as a pure chip situation, it's a call. It's only 7 big blinds. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Chick go for it.
Said he's just going to play his game.
What is your game, Chick? Is it putting in the 7 big blinds with Queen Jack suited? I think it's got to be too strong, right?
Feels like it is.
Yeah.
He's already played 1 time bank card. All players on a 30-second shot clock per decision. Puts Wakil all in. Jamil calls it off. It is a domination situation in Wakil's favor. King Jack versus Queen Jack. So Wakil, the favorite here, to double up through Chick.
Suited, though. Still 30% to win.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Approximately 3 times out of 10.
When you put it that way, I guess.
30% of the time, every time.
Oh, wow. A diamond flop, which has Wakil drawing dead. No outs. He is out in 6th place. We lose
Queen for
a
good
player
measure.
on the first hand of the day. Jamil Wakil busts in 6th place, but got the ladder with Colonius going out first. $307,500, and we are down to 5 players already.
And also importantly, everyone else here just got a ladder.
Correct. Next player out will get close to 400 grand. So congratulations to Jamil Wakil.
Weird spot on the first hand.
Pardon?
Weird spot.
I don't know, Griffin. It's a tough one, right? On the one hand, you're coming back for the final day, all this expectation, all the big razzmatazz coming up to that stage, getting set. On the other hand, in the back of your mind, you must have known with 7 big blinds, you've got to make something happen quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. In a great spot there to shove with King Jack. And I just wish Sam were here to dissect whether that was a call.
Hello, guys. How are we doing?
The squid
Teed
is
up.
in the house.
Get to work.
Lovely to be here. How are you, Griff? Did you have fun last night?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Good night, right?
Pulled out a little early from the shenanigans with the, on camera today.
What time were you in bed last night?
Pretty good. 12:30.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a responsible commentary member, commentary team member. I went a little bit later. So.
Of course, it was the PCA party last night.
Not that we could tell.
Actually, I'm running very pure. I lost my wallet yesterday. And, I went to Lost Property. I said, where's your lost property? Like, as if it's Warwickshire Secondary School. Well, that's what we call it. They were like, lost and found, sir. And, and there was like a group of the stupidest men in the entire of the Bahama Resort crowded round the lost and found, each having forgotten or lost something the night before. But they did have it, which was really nice.
That's great.
Yeah.
I actually lost a nice blue shirt of mine on day one, and I was too embarrassed to be one of those people, and I just left it there.
Actually, I chatted with some guy who saw me in the club last night, and he lost his phone and stuff, but he's the Platinum Pass winner, and I was thinking, yeah.
You're okay. You're all right.
I was just thinking, I wouldn't buy your action. So it's a bad sign if you're already losing stuff on day one.
So let's get into the poker as we get a first post-flop situation and this lovely little dynamic that we spoke about earlier between Martirosyan and Neves.
Yeah, you highlighted at the start of the day, Griffin. So this is hand 2 of the final table. Neves opened on the button to 200,000. Martirosyan defended his big blind with King Jack, has flopped the open-ended straight draw. Facing a c-bet from Neves of 140k, which he has called.
Yeah, and to, obviously, Neves, the chip leader, but very, very similar stacks. So incentivized to play a little bit more passively against each other. I think pocket threes, you could bluff here. Try and fold out a 5. Try and fold out a 10, pressurized, but yeah, it's Arta's not necessarily someone he's going to want to get tangled up with too early. And
Barry Greenstein makes his first appearance of the day.
The nuts for Arta. And he might want to check this over and go for a check raise. Obviously, if he could see Neves' hand, that's exactly what he'd do. Can he do a small blocking bet and hope to get raised by 2 pairs and the like? It's just working through what he wants to do with his range and with his specific hand.
Doron Stalbot on YouTube predicts 3s are going to win.
A little bit too late, yeah.
Worst prediction ever.
Yeah, and this is really interesting. A little bit of, I don't know what Neves feels about this, but the time bank here for a relatively small pot would perhaps raise some alarm bells for Neves.
Yeah.
It's also very hard to check now, I think, when you're Arta. Once you've gone into time bank mode, it's not, yeah. Yeah, and goes for something of a blocking bet. For when he has ace-8 of diamonds and the like. And Neves, I really not sure what he's thinking about. Could be thinking about raising and bluffing. Could be thinking, okay, pocket threes. What about 7-8 of diamonds, 9-8 of diamonds, Jack 9. There are plenty of bluffs. And it's a little bit weird to do the blocking bet, right? We wouldn't bet a 10 or a 5, but we'll just let it go.
Martirosyan adding 390k to his stack, has taken the chip lead. We keep highlighting it's very close at the top between Martirosyan, Neves and Raymond. Officially, Martirosyan is in first place right now. And a question for Sam Grafton on the Twitch. Sam, why would a Platinum Pass winner be selling action? That's what the great Gonzo wants to know.
Well, it's a big old buy, and sometimes people want to, sell sweats to friends and family so they can root for you, and of course, make a little bit of money, cover the expenses. You missed out, actually, Griff. I was in a very generous mood last night, handing out. You know, I've been a bit stingy with swaps, but once you get me a table in the nightclub, I swap with half of the field.
Yeah,
I have about 5% of my action left after last night.
Yeah,
oh wow! Neves.
I decided to give you a break and not sick my girlfriend on you again for a swap.
Neves with the aces in commanding position versus Jack 6 suited in the big blind.
That makes it easier.
Well, has a couple of backdoor draws. Raymond might stick around.
Yeah, there's some potential there. There's some potential there. The thing is, Neves might look to... How much did he bet?
230, I want to say.
140. Okay. Yeah, and he's just out of there straight away. Yeah, there's a Brecht play, Mr. Puntillo and his man Matty, where when he's drunk, he's a generous communist, and when he's sober, he's a stingy capitalist. And I'm like that with swaps, you know?
Right.
Like, during the day, I'm just like, this guy, he folds a bit too much to check raises. I can't, you know, he might be 3% worse than me. I can't swap. You know, I was, you know, if the hostess or you know, waiter had asked to swap with me last night, they probably would have got it through. I'd swap with Hartigan, the mood I was in last night.
Yeah, I mean, to contextualize the story I just told about my girlfriend, Sam was rejecting my swaps all EPT a few years ago.
Yeah, PCA, I think
it might have been PCA. And I sent my girlfriend in there at the nightclub to tell him how much it would mean to me. And I got the swap.
Yeah.
And he cashed and I bought her a dress.
Emotionally manipulated Sam.
I don't know if you know about this, but I'm a bit of emotional.
He's got no scruples.
You know,
now, the good news is it's Sunday. It means Chat Pro Saturday is over. It means I don't have to tolerate any nonsense from the microstakes grinders who say things like, never sell action, guys. Get all the money yourself.
Yeah, never sell for a 25K buy-in.
By the way, if you don't sell or swap, you'll have no one on the rail if you make the final table anyway. And you need that support. I've learned that.
Friends and family, Griffin. Friends and family.
Yeah, exactly. It's a community thing. You gotta, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So the shortest stack here actually did Tani, right, with 38 big blinds. And so when you have this sort of everyone, you know,
bunched
pretty
together.
equal. Yeah, there's no huge dynamic of someone wanting to push the action, other stacks having to be tight. It's just everyone going to be a little bit cagey. But what I would say is someone like Artur, we saw the King 5 off open there. See, reasonable open, and then now the King 8 suited. But Artur is someone that might sort of step out of that equilibrium and begin to push the action. He's that kind of character.
You play with him a lot online?
Yeah, I've played a lot. I mean, he just feel like if you play online, you end up playing with him a lot because he just plays so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, real grinder. I mean, just I think grinder is almost the wrong word for it. It's like the love of the game. You could feel in the way.
Well, I mean,
he
he's
plays.
25 years old. It's crazy, right?
Sure.
Remember when you were at 25? I was playing a lot of tables.
Yeah, exactly. You got that hunger, that desire. Kind of frustrating hand to have here. The 9, which can't back into a straight, can't back into a flush, forced to call the 200K. And now it'd be interesting to see how Artur approaches it. Really, we're, you know, speaking a little bit technically, kind of bad to have hearts here. Kind of want the other 2 suits to far. But you know, we don't show down for anything, etc. It'd be a bit of a statement of intent if he were to far again and far sizably, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Okay, was it just me or was that cinema with the back of the hat? The 2 tigers like attacking each other, and then the shots of the 2 of them.
What you think?
Sorry,
you think he's like Gosling in Drive? He's got the you know, with the scorpion on his back. Yeah, and look at this. I mean, this. Let me tell you, this is a little bit out of line. But he, you know, in a spot where actually Neves probably has ace queen in his range, 9s, 3s, etc. But just
what are you going to do?
Applying max pressure.
Yeah, and I suggested maybe someone would emerge as table captain to really And I think it's Martirosyan.
Yeah. And
put some distance between himself and the rest. So Martirosyan playing 70 bigs. Everyone else bunched between like 56 and 40 now.
yeah, and it's a very hard thing to combat because let's say you just know or strongly suspect Arta is firing way too often on that turn. You have to, start calling down stubbornly with your second pairs. And that's just not a fun thing to do on the PCA final table when you've got 5.6 million and where if you're wrong, it's going to be hugely costly.
Now, whenever we have an EPT winner at a final table, the narrative inevitably turns to the concept of a two-time winner, someone following in the footsteps of Vicky Corrin or Mikolaj Pabal. Again, I will highlight, as we have done over the last few days, the PCA has been officially detached from the European Poker Tour. Wow. This PCA main event does not count as a European Poker Tour event. So Martirosyan cannot win a second EPT.
Speaking of stingy capitalists, Hartigan will just pop down to him and whisper in his ear. Well, you know what this reminds me of? I always think
not my decision, Samuel.
I always think it's a little
You would have had sway. You had a voice in that room.
Is when you...
No, decision was taken with me only discovering it when I arrived in the Bahamas.
It's when they say you're not at the official final table. Like, you're on the last table of the tournament, but they're like to you, this is not the final table.
I want you to know you can't put this in your poker resume.
Yeah, exactly. You're not
the
a
next
final
to bust.
tableist.
You're not a final tableist.
Yeah, we're going to take the photo after you exit.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, once you leave, we're going to take the photo. Once we leave, they're all going to get lunch together and take the photo.
Yeah. And Neves coming in for the raise with 8-5 suited. And every pot pretty significant because they sort of started so close. Like, you know, a couple of streets of value or two bets and then a bluff. And someone goes to 35 big blinds and the other player goes to 60 big blinds. And yeah, very meaningful. This, of course, the thing about the big blind ante. You know, back in the day, this final table, there would be less to fight for now that we got to five-handed. And it's one of the, as well as a time saver, one of the good things about that innovation, which the community eventually came around to, means that there's a lot to play for. And Chick feeling like he probably has to stick around with the ace-9 off. Again, just sort of minimum defense, can outdraw a queen. Neves would have loved to have turned some equity, plenty of, you know, a 4, a 6, a spade, etc. Might feel that has to put on the brakes here. Out of position, you normally do want, you know, at least an overcard.
Yeah, and plenty of queens in Chick's range here, flatting this 3.5x pre-flop. You know, the jack could have even improved him with like a, you know, a king jack or king jack suited float.
I mean, wow. And it's really interesting because I suggested these guys would be somewhat cagey against each other. And to me, this is very, of course, you're covering stack, but it's very costly if you lose that hand. And that's again, I haven't seen so much of Neves' play, is a big statement of intent to fire there with 8 high and get the job done.
Did you see that pretty 3-barrel he had on Martirosyan last night?
No,
it was nice.
Yeah.
King 10 diamonds, open button. Martirosyan defends big blind 4s. 6, 6, 7, check call. Turn deuce, check call like big 400 into like something, and then river 9, check fold to 1.1 million. Like it was like bang, 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 like 6, 6, 7, deuce 9.
Well, that's just,
like they have been battling. Like it's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was almost sort of like appraising the audience. Okay, it's going to be cagey for a while, but I mean, these guys are like the bang, bang, bang is.
Yeah, and they see those hands. They know, like they're looking at the way they look during those hands, and you know, it's everything. It's just so much interesting stuff going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, if at any point you guys want a snapshot of where we're at right now in terms of stacks, or want to go back over any hand histories of what's been played at the final table, the live updates team on Poker News are observing the 30-minute delay, so there's no danger of spoilers if you go to Poker News. However, the PS Live app updates in real time, so you will get spoilers if you go there.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a, certainly a very genuine confrontation incoming. Artur with a real hand here in the form of ace-king. And Neves going to be opening, you know, 50% of hands. King-jack very, very high in his range. Will be a hand that he'll feel he has to defend in some form or another. And, you know, 9-20, big old sizing out of the big blind. Both of these guys, I mean, it's the two chip leaders, 6 million each.
Wow, big pot already, almost 2 million in the middle. If it comes, you know, king high, going to be very interesting. It's going to be interesting anyway.
Absolutely. So Martirosyan with the advantage. Neves in position. And it is ace, ace, 3. So trips for Martirosyan. Neves just 5% equity.
Yeah, and not a good flop for Neves. Going to know that a lot of the bluffs are going to come from ace-x offsuit. But it's a board that Artur will go very, very small on. Super dry, lockdown board.
Yeah, is there a size you think Neves sort of has to continue?
Yeah, I mean, this is 20% pot, right? 15% pot. And backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
King could be live against queens, jacks.
Exactly. We'll have to stick around.
Some bluffs.
Yeah.
So Neves does pick up a gut shot straight draw on the turn, and his equity actually increases to 9%.
$2.59 million in the middle. And this is the battle we came to see today between these two.
900.
They are not leaving us wanting.
900,000 is the turn bet from Martirosyan into a pot of just over 2.5 million.
Yeah, I think this is kind of nice. I think maybe for chips you would sort of size to make sure you can get all in. Here, with the stack sizes so equal, maybe we don't go all in with almost anything. And Neves, yeah, wondering if this is a hand that he wants to continue. No, folds, and big pot for Artur.
Yeah, and that will see him extend his chip lead, and he is up over 8.2 million. He has more than 80 big blinds. Neves drops down into third place with 50 big blinds. Sandwiched between them, Alex Raymond with 54 big blinds.
Nice to be at the 50K, 100K level, so easy to work out.
Yeah, yeah. Even with Joe gone, we've been able to. He left us some tips on this level for the human from the human calculator. We appreciate it.
Just over 45 minutes to go, by the way, until the mini PCA main event starts. This is a $55 buy-in with a 100K guarantee plus EPT satellite tickets added to the prize pool, plus an EPT Monte Carlo package added to the prize pool that will go to the winner. Big event today, the mini PCA main event, starting in 45 minutes time. Plus you can register for the mini PSPC, which starts tomorrow.
Nice to see one of the players wearing our beautiful PCA hoodie. Big shout out to the team that designed those. Really, really cool bit of gear. And Raymond, again, defending the suited connector. Yeah, and Neves now actually covered by Raymond. We'll see whether that changes his approach. Pretty, I mean, I don't think it's Raymond's style. I think this is actually quite a cool hand to check raise, but don't think we'll see that. Just got the second pair and the diamond. We'll call. A lot of turn cards where it's going to be very easy to continue versus the second barrel.
Like that one. Or easier, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's going to be interesting to see Neves' approach. Got the ace of clubs sort of blocker if he wants to fire and then follow through on clubs. Obviously, he turns a wheel draw. Yeah, but we'll check back and think that's pretty good play and gets there on the river.
Wow. Barry Greenstein makes his second appearance in the first 10 hands of the day.
Barry loves final tables.
Flaming Barry's in the chat, please.
Yeah, and delicate situation for Neves. Going to have the best hand here very, 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 very often. But because the straight, you know, it's just a card that the big blind's going to check to him. Nearly always checking some straights and two pairs over to him to go for the check raise. But Neves does value bet, and rightly so. Go on, Raimondo. And if he's tanking here, it's very likely a tank on a bluff raise.
$1.4 million.
Yeah, and it's no, he's not going to go for it.
Let's it go. I'm going to channel my inner Joe Stapleton when I respond to this from Shark77 on Twitch. Casters, where can I get this PCA sweater that Raymond has, please? At the PCA. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, you just need a time-traveling machine. You go back 2 months, you win a seat at the PCA. You just Bill and Ted your way into a...
I can say with reasonable confidence that if you want to get on a plane and come to the PCA in the next few days, we could probably get you one of those.
Sure.
But yes, all of the merch is exclusively distributed at the event. It's for players who attended the event.
Yeah, basically...
I can confirm I haven't even gotten one.
We're, what's the brand? We're Supreme. You know, we do a limited edition. We call it a drop.
We call it a drop.
We do a drop. Yeah. The skater kids queuing around the block to get PCA hoodie.
What I'm fascinated to see, and I guess we'll start seeing it from tomorrow, now the Platinum Passwinners are arriving, they've been picking up their swag. What's the PSPC merch look like?
Tatani gonna ISO with those sixes.
I'm loving this for Tatani. Obviously, he told us he never undid, but each time he comes to an EPT or the PCA, now that we know the PCA is not an EPT, he brings 6 beautiful shirts, feeling like, yes, this is the time. I'm going to make the final, and I want a lovely bit of
this is like his
smart shirt to wear for the final table. And he's never got to use them. They've been they lie there.
And for
unloved.
the second day running, Sam, Datani rocking the Daytona. It's the Datani Daytona.
Yeah, I love that. And finally gets a chance to show off the lovely menswear collection, which he's been lugging from stop to stop for a full decade of his career.
Ooh, nice chip job. Chip drop. And they're just above. Have a go, Raymond.
So we have played 10 hands at the final table with 54 minutes left on the clock at level 29, blinds 50, 100. Then we'll have the first break of the day, and as they always do, the blinds will go up when we return from break.
Yeah, it would be nice for them, for everyone except, of course, for Jamil, that someone's bust, you know, just settles the nerves go up the pay ladder somewhat. been a good start as well for Artur. 11 hands in, and not doubled his stack, but added a very, very sizable chunk.
Yeah.
And particularly at finals, of course, that separation can compound on itself. Everyone else forced to play a little more in line versus you.
And we have Chris Chick here in the big blind with pocket fives, defending to Datani's button open.
Yeah, loose-ish open from Datani, but feeling like let's try to get this one through and out flop. My opponent happens.
Yeah, Datani pairing his king. By the way, we keep talking about these money jumps. Everyone now guaranteed 400K, but the next jump is 120 grand.
Wow.
Yes, Bear Totem, I think that is a good thing to highlight. 2 Portuguese players in the final 5.
Yeah, very impressive. Datani wearing the polarized poker patch. Stable of very, very strong. Predominantly, I believe, Portuguese players.
Actually, I've heard mixed things. It's, you know, you either love it or you hate it. Polarized poker.
I can't believe you laughed at that.
Oh, come on, that's pretty good, Jay.
I mean, for Griffin, it's pretty good.
I know you're used to the high standards of Joe Stapleton, but like, yeah, it's not so shabby. I mean, we're only an hour into the broadcast. He's warming up.
I've actually been thinking about making that joke for the last 45 minutes, and then you teed me up. I'm like, oh my god.
You got it out really well. No flush. Didn't trip over your words perfect.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Do it all for the fans.
In which case you are learning, Griffin, because normally you just try to shoehorn it in at an opportune moment.
Honestly, my mentor Joe, he's been teaching me patience, and I'm exercising it here.
Love that. Love that.
So Chris Chick is officially the shortest stack right now with 36 bigs, but no need to panic. Neves opens on the button with pocket fours. Martirosian is in the big blind.
Yeah, and you know, am I allowed to say it was too old school? A little bit of a dynamic almost between these two. And Artur, for the second time today, having ace-king against Neves's button open.
Yeah, Neves will eventually learn that, you know, Martirosian is running into it a bit here. Did have that 2-barrel with the king-8 of hearts that got Neves to fold the best hand, but the last 2 big 3-bets in this spot, button to big blind, Martirosian has held ace-king in both, so Neves will learn that eventually.
And it was the dynamic between these two players that you highlighted at the start of the broadcast, Griffin.
Yeah, and this is very awkward with pocket fours. Very, very awkward indeed. A lot of the bluffs are going to contain a 4, ace-4, king-4 and the like. But also you feel like, well, you can't just lay this down. For chips, it's very nice to just put it in Artur's eye here, I think. But on a final table, it's a lot more precarious. What will Neves do? And he just lays it down, understandably, I guess. Yeah, and look at that. He's a little extra look at Artur.
He cracks his knuckles.
Yeah, I'll get you next time, buddy. Yeah, and again, just very interesting the way a final table plays out, because obviously normally the power of opening the pocket fours doesn't have sort of good removal to just get through and pick up the blinds. But the power of it is that if you get 3-bet, you can just shove it and make a lot of money. Now, once you can't put it in someone's eye, it becomes a lot worse open. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. The adjustments, if any, Neves makes to having an aggressive player and strong player like Artur in the big blind. You know, we saw, for instance, Datani opening the king-5 off into Chick. I think sign that he's a bit more comfortable with the blinds. I don't think Neves will be opening king-5 into Artur. Raymond. Jack 6 of clubs, 7-5 of diamonds, 8-6 of clubs, getting these quite playable, defendable hands.
Ten, 9 deuce on the flop. Second pair for Chris Chick. The gut shot straight draw for Alex Raymond. So we've established that Raymond is a member of the Quebec poker community who is not on Griffin's radar.
Well, put it this way, if he wins 1.5 million, he can spec Griffin round for dinner, get dinner invites from Griff, tickets to see the hockey together, be reaching out in the DM shortly.
Chris Chick, a traveling pro originally from New Jersey, won a World Series of Poker circuit event back in 2015. This is his first tournament outside of the US.
Traveling poker player.
He's a
Make
cash
it sound
player,
like Death of a Salesman over there. Like, this is Willie Loman lugging his suitcase around. Jesus. That doesn't sound very glamorous, does it? Traveling pro. Oh, my God. Second theatre reference of the day, actually. Let's see if I can squeeze in another one later for a trilogy.
Ace-9 for Chick.
I just want Arthur to have playable hands and do absurd stuff. Loving
Yeah.
it. Really loving it.
Tani in the big blind with King, Queen. Just highlight, even though we are down to 5 players in the main event, even though this is the final day of this 10K buy-in tournament, we are not done here in the Bahamas. We've got all 5 days of the PSPC just around the corner, starting tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern. And we have a King, Queen, 7 flop. Tani, 96% favorite.
Yeah, big flop for Titani. See a board which very strongly favors the initial raiser. Very, very dry board. Obviously, an obvious sort of open-ended straight draw there. No flush draw. I think Titani will check raise here, hoping that his opponent's got a piece.
The great Gonzo commenting on your literary references, Sam. Miller, more accessible than Brecht.
And I believe just clicks it here. Oh, no, it is 375. I thought it was 2. Yeah, that's more standard, just under 3x. Should elicit a quick fold from Chick.
And
Welcome easy.
a little shout from the rail.
What do you have?
Oh. Andreas says, I feel for Griffin. No matter how much poker he will play, he will always be remembered for that hand against Will Kassouf.
What hand's he talking about? I can't even. What, he played a. That was in Shark. Was that in the Irish Open or something?
Something like that, yeah.
I don't feel for you.
I know, James. You actually remind me often.
Does anyone ever call you Flush Entity these days? Do you ever get?
I got a couple. I got one last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of old school guys from the
Yeah, I've learned-
from the 50 rebuy big anti days.
Yeah, if there's one thing I've learned about my life is the #1 tournament poker player online in the world, and world famous gamer, is that legends never die. People don't forget. I think they're going to forget, and then they bring it up.
Sure.
I get Jaguars in the chat here, so yeah, cross to bear.
So Raymond's button raise defended by Neves in the big blind. 10-5 tray, 6s, still good.
Yeah, and Ace-Jack just going to be the best hand here very, very often. Can sort of bet for protection. Nice to have the Ace of Spades for backup. Of course, we know Neves not going to go anywhere with the 6s. It's actually sizing up just a little on the 10 high board. I think that's pretty nice. Again, a situation where the the two stacks very similar.
Deuce on the turn.
Yeah. And, you know, we saw Arthur fire that big second barrel earlier. I wonder whether Raymond is similarly disposed. And checks back, and the spade draw comes in. Nevers really liked that turn, I'm sure, and seeing the check back. King, not an ideal card on the river. And now Raymond has to decide whether to bluff again. Does he have a smidge of showdown value? Where is he in his own range? Does he want to utilize the ace of spades in some way? Doesn't check back immediately.
$875.
You heard the man, 875,000.
Going on the bigger side.
Well, obviously, I admire this move from Raymond, but how awesome would a hero call from Nevers be here?
Yeah, and Nevers doesn't immediately release. He obviously beats all bluffs. It's a card that the button is going to have pretty often, but also a card they're going to feel obliged to represent. Has a spade in hand, kind of, yeah, and just lets it go. Guess better to have any part of the board than the sixes.
So that is going to put Alex Raymond into second place on the leaderboard. Still pretty bunched together in the middle. We've got Artur Martirosyan out in front with 84 bigs. Raymond on 55, Tatani on 45, Nevers on 45, and then we've got Chris Chick with 36 big blinds.
Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants. Guys couldn't manage to drop anyone else in the last 45 minutes? All right, well, I'll do it.
You've been cranking for us.
Hello, my baby. You see how sweaty I am?
I do, yes.
Cranking it. All right. Michel Detani.
Coming soon to a television near you in a Portuguese Magnum PI reboot.
Yeah.
Starts filming just after PCA wraps up.
He looks like he's about to go in and try to buy beer without an ID.
It's not private investigator.
Why would you pick McLovin?
It's Magnum Portuguese investigator.
Chick in the big blind, ace-8, facing this raise from Detani. Domination situation.
Don't refer to chick. It's a bit, it's a bit derogatory. Come on.
Also female derogatory these days. So I think chick's probably less. Anyway, 5, 6, 7.
Chick your privilege.
Open ender for CSI K.
Yeah, and
looks like this draw was a little too open-ended.
Yeah, and Detani going to be aware this is, it's going to reach for chips. Really interesting to fire here. Feels Chick is just going to play very honest and straightforward versus this bet. This is just the board that is, I believe, just the best board for the big blind defense range. And you know, Chick certainly, when it's not a final table, should have a leading range here. Doesn't probably have one on a final. So this is a little bit ambitious. Just puts a little money out there. Almost a sort of exploitative bet. Bets exactly what his hand wants to bet. And Chick completing the outdraw here. So obviously had a lot of equity turning top pair. Yeah, and Detani hating that turn card with his actual holding. Oh, no. Wow. This, wow.
Explain the wow.
No, it's just, I mean,
It's just bold.
very often you would want, I mean, he has the ace of diamonds in his hand, but normally you would want to pull from a 10, I guess, or like diamonds. I mean,
Because the 10 has outs and is
Yeah.
blocking other combos that
Yeah,
have straights right now.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess.
Oh my God,
I
Joe.
love that. I mean, I
Joe.
guess you do get to be. I'm just a little. I'm a little bit surprised by this, and he gets it done.
Wow.
Credit to.
Now I'm saying wow.
I think that's a little bit of knowing your customer. Maybe it's completely legit, but what did you have?
Whoops.
Yeah.
Well, if you think your opponent's going to fold the ace sevens, sixes, fives, and even the eights, it's kind
Yeah,
of
if he folds an 8,
cool.
obviously it's printing.
Yeah.
But pretty sick from Ditani. And what we've seen is almost no one pass up on a double barrel spot, a bluff opportunity. Really exciting final table. These guys all fighting hard for the money and the title. Really, really exciting to see. The only person that's played even a tad conservatively really is Raymond.
They work hard for the money.
I mean, in fairness,
work hard.
Raymond just had a strong
For it,
river
honey.
bluff.
Yes,
You know?
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so
See,
Ditani,
this is how poker works, you guys. When you're brave enough to make a big bluff, the poker gods,
This is-
poker goddesses, they give you aces.
not how poker works.
No, it is. It is. I've been playing longer than Joe.
So you just make a play with the heart of a lion, and then the next hand you just cooler the pants off somebody.
No, not this time. Just call. I'm not making any mistakes. Nevis definitely doesn't want to 3-bet and get in these 50 big blinds with the ICM implications. Joe, James, no. Sam, that's what I'm looking for. Take it away.
Well,
You
there's
flat here with the 10s?
one fewer 10 for Ditani to hit.
I think it's nice. And Martirosian gonna come along as well.
How about ace, queen, 10 flop, huh?
Griffin.
Sorry. Just thought, with the cranking you were telling me
Queen
about.
8-5. So a little bit of carnage here for Martirosian with top pair. Decent kicker.
Yeah, and for sure, I guess we are probably supposed to check a lot to Nevis here, but I think with Ditani's actual hand, he's just gonna start by betting. The button gonna play a bit more passively, and yeah, just wants to put money in
three
now.
ways
before-
too, right? Like you want to.
Yeah, but
You don't want to give a free card here a lot with aces, or
yeah, but I mean,
what's the principle?
your range just wants to check. They're way more condensed
Yeah.
to ace queen, queen
this is
jack.
gonna
Yeah,
yeah.
you've opened ace 7 off here and like king 6 suited, and whereas they've got 9s, 10s, queen, 9s, 10s. You know.
But don't you want action from the? Or you're saying that
Yeah,
because he's betting, it looks strong?
Yeah, Neves is going to recognize that this is strong. I don't know whether he's going to fold the 10s, probably not. I mean, actually, also, yeah. I
Wow.
mean, exactly, yeah. It's just alarm bells a little bit.
Yeah.
And also, you're sort of blocking.
You are blocking the 9-10 suited,
yeah, and the
Jack
10 suited, which
yeah.
is where you pull the first sort of like bluffs from.
Yeah.
Arthur has got himself involved here, flopping the top pair.
Maybe sometimes you're getting bluffed off by like 6-7 suited, but how often is he even raising that at the cutoff?
Yeah.
1.5 million in the middle.
Yeah, it's a good fold.
Headed to the turn. It is a king. Does not improve Martirosian.
Yeah, and nice for Ditani. He's going to know. Yeah, it doesn't hit Arthur too hard. Wouldn't have wanted the 8 to pair or the queen to pair, etc. A card he's going to double barrel very often as a bluff.
But also well established in this hand that shouldn't have a great deal of bluffs, betting 3 ways. So let's see where Martirosian is of that fact on this big turn bet.
875,000, the big turn bet, more than half pot.
And even Martirosian blocks, those straight draws with having the 10 in the hand, so that's going to help him.
Yeah, it's basically also you want like want a clean kicker. So when you hit your 10, ace jack and jack 9 come in. Whereas when you have queen 4, the 4 or queen 3, the 3's like real pure.
Yeah.
And that's the kick you want. Artur, by the way, I was about to say, Artur's not a folder though. He's not a big folder. These guys are going to know each other. There
it is. Look at that. That's the shot I like.
Yeah.
Look at that.
The 2 tigers. It's going to need to get very lucky on the river.
Inside everyone, there are 2 tigers.
Yeah.
One of them drills this river. The other misses and folds.
Great work by the camera people.
Yeah, and I think we shall see. But Ditani might feel like he's got enough value
I think
with that
Ditani's
big
gonna
turn
check
back.
back,
We shall see. We shall see. Artur just taking his time. Don't think we get any leads here. Just checks out.
Snap check.
Yeah.
But you know why I thought he would snap check? Because we saw him, and I think you were doing the broadcast with me, we saw him check back the aces in the 4-bet pot on the king high brick board. So that particular situation definitely just going to be happy with what he got.
Yeah, I think, by the way, it's completely reasonable on a final table. Again, thresholds are just a little bit different. You have to be a little bit more careful with your value bets, the chips.
Well, Griff Graf, that hand puts Ditani and Martirosyan more or less even Stevens.
Don't fly Lufthansa. Hashtag don't fly Lufthansa. Oh, dear.
Total.
By the way,
tie at the top.
I just want to emphasize, in case you weren't aware, do not get in Steve O'Dwyer's bad books. Just do not.
I am well aware of this.
Do not.
Luckily, Steve.
He's got a vendetta against it. He's bringing down an entire air company. Like, I bet the stock market price is going to plunge. He's like, God, if he can take down an aircraft company.
I've seen Steve make hotel staff cry just for asking him to leave his room on his checkout day. I can only imagine when he's genuinely been wronged.
Actually, I have a Steve O'Dwyer PCA related story where, I couldn't afford to come. I was a grinder. I couldn't afford to come to PCA, but Steve O'Dwyer was in London for some reason. He messaged me and he was like, can you look after my luggage till I come back? He was coming back for UKRPT Edinburgh afterwards. So I was like, yeah, sure. And he was like, I'll give you a free roll on my PCA. So I went to this very fancy hotel, and he emerged in like a luxurious bath towel. Not bath towel, bath robe, yeah. And I was very impressed. I was like, wow, this is the life of the circuit grinder. He's staying in this. And gave me his bags to look up. And then he gave me a 2% free roll in PCA, which was absolutely adorable. And then...
What was the reason?
No, for looking after his luggage. This was all. I got 2%. So I'm like sweating it now, loving it. But he decided
This is the main event, right?
Yeah, the main event.
So it's worth like $200.
No. I just mean, why did he need you to look after his luggage?
Well, because he didn't want to carry a big suitcase or whatever. He was coming back to Europe. He's on the on the circuit. But then he decided to experiment with only limping at the PCA. He did some esoteric strategy and bust 2 levels in. And I felt like a backer. I only had 2%, but I felt like berating. Steve, how could you do this with my equity?
And then over the years, I found out that he had given 2% to people all over the world for a bunch of different bags.
Every time in a bathrobe. Chicken Ditani going to this flop. Do you remember that episode of Seinfeld where Kramer makes the cable company guy cry because he's never home when they try to come take away his free HBO? He's like, well, I'll be home between the hours of 6 and 8 and 10 and 12. He's like, give him a taste of that's Steve. He'll get you.
Yeah, I was happy to be. I still am happy to be Steve O'Dwyer's luggage man.
So what did you didn't sit in the lobby and watch it?
No, you're not following the story.
He was in a London hotel.
Yeah,
he picked it. He took it with you. He dropped it off his place.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't wait at the hotel while he went to PCA at the Edinburgh.
The way this story sounded was Sam goes to the hotel lobby, Steve's in a robe, and he says, watch my luggage, and Steve disappears into the hotel.
No,
he put the luggage, he put it in a car, he brought it to his place.
All right.
Yeah. And this is, this is a spot I'd like to see. Let's fire again, Chick. Come on, mate.
And then Sam would try on some of Steve O'Dwyer's clothes and then try to, in the mirror, speak like Steve O'Dwyer.
absolutely no equity. Obviously, it's a card that it does favour Datani's range. I'd love to see him fire again here. No, they just...
No, they.
River card.
People just like to have equity. People like to have outs.
Yes.
They don't like to be airballing around.
Well, you played a little basketball. There's nothing more embarrassing than shooting an air ball. You know,
Sure.
it's it makes you feel less than adequate. I mean, I've heard. I've never missed a shot. I've never missed.
Yeah, and it's a little bit weird because no one likes to check down 7 high.
But how are you going to represent a 5?
I mean, I think you just have to. You're going to have a ace 5.
Sorry, Griffin, you bet a lot of money.
You're going to have pocket 5s. This is just a hand that I would imagine Chick feels he's going to have to bluff. No, he can't do it.
He said it in the pregame. He's like, I don't play by your rules. Not you. He didn't name you.
He did name you, yeah.
Sam Grafton, calling me out.
Play by the Squid's
GTO,
rules. It's a bit of
Grafton
Goshen.
Theory Optimal. And that does put Datani just over Martirosyan for the chip lead.
But having said that story about my humble origins of being Steve O'Dwyer's basically, you know,
valet?
bellboy closet. I did reach a sort of breakthrough moment in my poker career last night, which I think you'll appreciate, Stapleton. So, you know, used to go on these trips and we'd go to Vegas and you'd get invited to the club or whatever. But it would always be like Trickett's table or like Toby Lewis's table. I'd be like, oh, okay. They'd let me have a drink. And so, but last night we all arrived and actually I was the most fiscally, you know, responsible. Like I was the guy that had to pick up the check for the table and get paid out. And I was like, wow, I've really made it in the ecology.
I have so many follow-up questions to this because I've also recently become that.
You have too. I've noticed that.
And
Yeah, I remember
because
that
I
in
just
London.
can't deal with the awkwardness of everyone just fumbling, bumbling around, not knowing what's going on. But I made the mistake last time I did something like this where I did, by the way, we did a cabana earlier this week and Griffin pitched in, and not this time. But I just made the mistake of going, everybody pay what you think you owe. And man, I think one person sent me $300 and everyone else gave me $0. So did you specifically tell people 200, 100?
No, I don't know. Fabi like picked up. I woke up.
They're
and
a bit too rich, though.
There's some money.
Weird, different. Yeah.
I don't know. But the only thing I do have one big swing. So I lost my wallet and I collected my wallet from lost property. And the next one is there's some chance I signed for 2 tables. Like I definitely was brought several bills, and like there's this big swing, right? Because one table I'm happy to have boxed off. If I've accidentally paid for 2 tables, I feel like there's just some
and
chance.
So are you the sort of person that won't look because it's like Schrodinger's?
No,
table charge?
I will take a peek at some point and feel.
Martirosyan opening ace queen suited. Chick in the big blind, 9-8 off.
And I don't think I'm wrong in saying Chick, the momentum's sort of gone against him. Not found too many good spots. Sort of gave up there with the 7-6. This, a not exciting defend. Would love to see him pick up a pot and get his footing back on this final table.
Going to be tough to do it here.
Yeah, gave up with the 7-6 and, of course, was bluffed off that top pair by Datani's ace-king high just a moment ago. Not been the best couple of orbits for him.
100,000, the bet for Martirosyan.
Yeah, and no interaction with the 9-8. Forced to dump it.
So we brought back the skits this year.
Yes.
And we shot some skits at Bond's nightclub.
Yeah, that's actually I knew I was there because I have a wristband from that. I woke up this morning, I was like, oh yeah, what are these? Yeah, go on.
And unfortunately, we could only afford to go in the middle of the daytime.
Sure.
So it's just me and Hardigan in a big empty club with the sun shining in. No DJ, no bartender.
When are you breaking out the skits? Once PSPC starts?
I don't know that we'll roll them during this. I think it'll have to wait till the TV versions of these shows.
In the DVD, in the DVD extras.
In the
Yeah, so I'm basically the Toby Lewis of 2023, in case you weren't aware, Griff. No, I'm not Toby Lewis.
Is it
I'll never be that
You'll
rich.
never be Toby Lewis. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it because of the wins or because of wisdom?
Yeah, it's nothing. If anything, it's the opposite of wisdom when you're signing players in a club with no clue of what's going on.
It seemed like he felt like
Yeah, it just falls to the most. I don't know, the most experienced, or what's the word? Yeah. So,
I mean, it's also the table service was much more prevalent back then too.
Oh, yeah. It's old
Like,
school.
I can't tell you how many times. Like I went to David Williams and Antonio Esfandiari's tables years before they knew what my name was.
Of course.
Like,
and
if I'm in the car,
Arthur
I think it's like
applying some pressure with the 6-3 off. And again, just a tough spot for Chick. A hand which has to continue in some form.
Then I remember.
I wonder whether
the day before,
he just gets himself out of the muck.
Ramon Calais, you know?
Yeah.
So he jams the button for 8.5
But yeah, I mean, yeah, this is just maybe a little bit of gameplay. He's had enough.
Yeah.
I'm all in. Don't think it's great to. It's just probably fine against Arthur's
I mean,
strategy.
listen, you are the shortest stack. You're going to expect the small blind raising range there to be, I mean, a huge percentage from the chip leader, right?
Yeah, I mean,
You're gonna
it's
walk
a little
right
bit out of line.
You're going to walk right into it like every once in a while, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a little bit out of line.
So you're going to run head first into it.
But this is Chick just sort of responding to the fact he's been a little bit run over. Can maybe sense that Arthur's going after him a little bit.
But
and
I also just don't think that, sorry to cut you off, Sam, but I just don't think maybe we're appreciating like how tight I think Arthur even needs to be call there. I mean, he has to call off 25 bigs. If he loses that, like, is he even raised calling ace-9 there? Like,
Yeah, but it's-
he's raised calling such a tight range.
Yeah, sure. So that's why you just call, because you're going to have dust. You just call.
But if you're feeling like you're getting outplayed by these wizards post flop, then maybe that's where you step outside the gate a little bit, right? And get out of line a bit.
It's
up the variance, pick up chips where you can.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, that's fine. And Arthur now with the legit holding.
And more hearts for Raymond. He's going to defend. Ace, queen, 6 on the flop. Top pair for Arthur. Second pair for Alex.
Yeah, you know, even for so experienced players, just one of those difficult spots. The second pair versus the very polarized open. Of course, will continue for this price. We'll have the best hand decent amount of the time, and of course can improve.
Luckily, no hearts. Turn is the 8 of clubs.
Yeah, very dynamic board, flush and straight draws. And SBR of 3. And Arthur will put some money out there to protect his holding. Can't go crazy with the sizing when the nuts will change so often on the river, you would imagine. Very
1.1.
Very delicate spot. And
you heard the man, 1.1 into 1.4.
Yeah,
and Arthur obviously noticing the same board dynamicism.
Yeah.
Dynamicism, nice.
Is that a word?
I think
it is
should
now.
be.
Dynamicity?
Definitely is now.
Dynamicity.
Dynocity?
Don't ruin it.
What is it?
Dynocity, that's...
Dynocity, I think.
Dynamosity.
Dynamic.
Yeah.
Dynamity.
Yeah.
Dynamity.
Dynamosity is pretty cool, though.
Dynamosity sound like a evil cartoon empire that fight the something else. It's the Dynamos.
The Transformers?
Yeah. What was the main guy, bad guy in Transformers?
Megatron.
I forgot I'm around you guys. Normally I would expect someone to scratch their head and have to Google it. It's just like, boom, it's like right there
Megatron,
at the front of us.
Starscream.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Remember at the end of the first Transformers where Starscream just blasts off into space? We can't do it. I can't do it.
I apologize, guys at home.
By the way, you know it's Joseph Kahn that started that meme.
No way.
Yeah, he did it with.
And that's actually the song, right?
It's a real song of the end of Transformers,
Yeah.
but he did it with War of the Worlds.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
War of the Worlds 2008.
Nice. Have you actually interacted in real life with Joseph Kahn?
Yes, we're friends. Yeah. The only reason I'm in that Pepsi commercial is because I went to play poker at his house, and I lost like 5 buy-ins playing 50 cent a dollar.
Who's Joseph Kahn?
He is a legendary music video director.
Oh, wow.
Directed, like Rihanna, Eminem, Muse, Taylor Swift,
Love
like
that.
the one of her on the car. It's got like 5 billion views on YouTube.
Sick.
But he also does commercials. And I went to his house to play poker. I was playing like 25, 50 cent, and I lost like 11 buy-ins. Like I lost $500. And he was like, don't worry about it. I'll put you in a Pepsi commercial next week. And that's why you'll see me in that Wild Cherry Pepsi commercial holding a box.
He also made in my opinion, and probably a lot of people's opinion, the quintessential battle rap movie.
Oh, Bodied is fantastic.
So good.
So good.
Came out a few years ago. It's called Bodied.
I don't know if there are many battle rap movies.
No, I think that's it. But
but it's really good.
Yeah, but
it's a
you
real
wanted to
love
use the
letter to
word
the community.
quintessential, so,
There has to be at least 5 things for it to be quintessential, right?
Yeah,
Isn't that what
I think
it
it's
means?
just it is the only and best, but it's actually good. Yeah, I think it's a love letter to that community. I'm sort of appreciative of that community in an adjacent way. I had some friends that were really into it in Toronto.
One of the world's best
Show me
battle
videos.
rappers is here.
No, I know. Yeah, Thesaurus. Pete, he's a friend of mine.
Pete
Oh,
Pete's in Bodied.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Full circle.
He
I
loves
guess
poker,
there's a battle rap platinum pass winner as well. We're going to try to get him to
Nice.
do a little something
That's
together.
great.
Yeah, one out of England.
That's actually what started the part of the Will Jaffe thing was he was tweeting at Thesaurus. He was trying to get him a platinum pass, and then he got him one. It's funny.
I try to stay off Will's radar because I don't want a
I
serious
know, you've
conversation.
told me that before,
I'm
yeah.
afraid. I'm like deathly afraid I'm going to wake
I
up
don't
one
wanna-
day
yeah, no.
to a serious conversation from Will Jaffe.
No, it's never a good thing when he has to talk to you.
No, I'm just like, please. I don't know. I hope he doesn't know my name. I don't
It's
want.
like a declaration. It's like we as a community have to have a conversation
Yeah.
about this single entity.
Yeah.
Either a person or a company. And listen, guy moves mountains. He's on his way here right now. He's probably here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, I'm probably in his good book since I'm affiliated with
Poker Stars.
his platinum
yes,
pass
yes.
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
we can all hope to be forgiven. Datani here outdrawing the pocket sixes. Going after it just with the ace blocker. Raymond feeling compelled to defend with the pocket sixes and won't enjoy this flop.
You've been outflopped.
Yeah.
You gotten lucky, Raymond. Hit the showers.
And also been a very good level for Mr. Datani.
Yes.
Big smile under that mustache. Chip leader now.
It stays in place the whole time. He hasn't had to change out the glue. It's really impressive work.
No, I'm the best.
Okay, yeah.
I was starting to think he might be just 3 people in a trench coat with a mustache like that.
Had some good facial hair. Both on this final. Alan Mello had a great moustache as well, right?
Raymond with ace-4 diamonds. That's pretty much as close as you can get to suited aces right there. And Chick with another suited hand. This one not as good.
Yeah, pretty unpromising holding. Might even be a fold at this stack depth. Often you want to fold suited hands in the big blind, but
And away.
yeah, I think that's nice from Chick. Just stay. So you can see was very live versus the ace-4 of diamonds, but I think it's a reasonable hand to fold on the final.
Crazy Canuck on Twitch says the
7.8.
3 kids in the trench coat is Vincent, adult man, doing a poker business.
7.8.
Pedro Coelho says, not a demand, but just a little request. Will be nice that you can show all the hand of the players.
We could do that for him. I mean, if he asked nicely,
Sure.
show
All
all,
right.
the hands?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's
All right,
it's fine.
fine.
We'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, just you PayPal me $250.
For the record, I'm against it, but all right, here we go. Jack 10 for Nevis.
So this means we're going to see the small blinds hand and the big blinds hand now, right?
Got it.
You got it.
And I was 7 deuce and 6.
We actually did get
4
to see it.
folded.
Did they just give you one card? Or?
Ah, that's nice. A little bit of banter between the guys.
Is it rude to say they're adorable?
No, they're so cute.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? Their pregame interviews were like,
Yeah.
look at these guys.
I feel like the average poker player now they're pretty nice, wholesome bunch of people.
Yeah, it's
not
so-
like the
so
old,
boring.
Yeah, not like the old days.
No,
yeah.
no. But you know what?
There used to be lots of things you couldn't allude to, you know, that everyone would know about people, but you couldn't mention.
Now there's only 1 or 2.
Now
But Sam, it says a lot about us. You know, we lived as cautionary tales for them, and now they've come out the other side looking much better.
Sure, they see
Even the prop bets are.
They see old withered pros like you and me, like humping around with
Joe McKeon winning main events.
Even the prop bets are wholesome now. Like there's prop bets that I like literally couldn't talk about on this stream right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like back in the day they were terrible things, and now it's like
Losing weight.
Yeah. Or
how many
being-
vegetables can you eat in a row?
Exactly.
Yeah.
How many days can you express gratitude?
If you don't journal 28 out of 30 days, you owe me.
Yeah.
Top pair for Nevis. Second pair for Raymond. I mean, some of those prop bets back in the day were felonies.
Back in my day, if a prop bet wasn't at least a misdemeanor, you weren't doing it right.
There was a lot of paying the poker media, like the underpaid poker media, to humiliate themselves. I remember
my
one of my
God.
coworkers got
What was the
paid
one, the
to
shirt?
to lick a toilet seat.
No.
Was one.
Oh. Obviously,
Eat a bowl of mayonnaise, like just
Oh,
stuff. It's like, hey,
stop.
you don't make any money. What's it worth to eat that bowl of mayonnaise?
Stop. No. Gosh.
That's gross.
I
I
do
mean,
like
and back in the
mayonnaise.
day, there was obviously the Shark Tank one. Was it DJK they paid to dunk into the Shark Tank? We were talking about it the other day. And very dynamic turn card, by the way. Raymond picking up the open-ended straight draw. And tough spot for Neves, because you do want to get some value and protection with the 10. On the other hand, very occasionally you've been outdrawn, and I think he'll just feel confident versus Raymond to bet again, get the value now. Yeah, and sizing up a little bit. It's precarious also because perhaps King 10 doesn't check raise always. But yeah, and Raymond gonna have to continue with the open-ended straight draw and the pair. The pot bloated now to 2 million. With these, and there comes 7.
Raymond's checked over to Nevis.
Deciding whether he wants to put in a value bet. One imagines there's enough out there.
Yeah, you'd prefer the forward to pair probably, right? But
yeah,
I think
yeah, you're just worried about 7-8,
yeah, for
Jack
sure.
7 with a backdoor flush draw, etc. Unfortunate spot for Raymond.
Yeah, nothing you can do but just call, lose a milli.
Yeah.
It's always coming Nevis.
Nice.
Nevis third on the leaderboard. 53 big blinds. Kyle Norton asks, don't want to go online and see spoilers, but does anyone know what the payouts are from 5 to 1? Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you for your question.
People were pretty irritated that you gave out that spoiler yesterday of telling us what first prize would be today. I mean, Some of us like to be surprised.
I know. I don't like to know what the guy won until it's over.
Yeah, the players even overheard you speaking, and now they know that when they win, they don't just get he's like, I don't want to know until I pick
I've been
up.
sitting in this tournament not looking at the screen for 5 days, and then Joe Stapleton ruined it for me when he announced $1.5 million for the winner. $1.5 million for the winner, $1 million for second place, $677,000 for third, $519,000 for fourth, and the next player eliminated gets just shy of $400,000.
Yeah, and versus 26 big blinds. Stack on the cutoff. Detani deciding whether he can go for the lot here.
All in.
Hiya. Chip folds the worst ace, and Tatani adds a little bit more to his chip lead.
That's the sly smile of someone who's having a good start to the day.
That's a sly smile of someone who just snuck into a Pearl Jam concert.
It's not a... No. Looks like he's got the Polarized Poker badge on his watch.
Is that the Daytona?
Hard to get into exactly what kind of watch he was wearing yesterday. I don't know if that's the same one or not. Apparently, if you're a watch person, you bring like 5 watches with you on a trip and wear a different one depending on your
Is that
mood
actually
or
the thing?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Absurd. I mean, I've reached the level of actually paying the bill for the first time after 10 years. I don't think I'm ever going to get to the stage of bringing a different watch for different days.
No.
I'd like to publicly thank Sam Trickett, Toby Lewis, Chris Moorman,
For
Chris
teaching you how to
Brather,
do it.
all those people that free-rolled me for years, finally giving it back. Yeah, and Detani took this spot with exactly this holding the orbit before.
750.
Yes, and now pressurizing the mid-stack.
Oh boy, speaking of pressurizing. Nevis with everyone crushed here.
Yeah, absolutely. Big holding in the big blind and a lot of money out there. 1 million chips in the middle already.
All in.
All of it.
And this is going to be a nice pot to pick up pre-flop.
Yeah, Detani unrattled, knows that it's just going to happen some of the time. Yeah, that's just the reason you use the ace to kind of prevent that from happening. But
that puts Nevis in the middle of the pack. And Christopher Chick now starting to get into some murky waters at 22 big blinds.
yeah, definitely when the blinds go up, he'll be pressurized somewhat. It's important he keeps his cool. You know, just in terms of the distribution, he's been on the wrong side of things. Everyone, you know, Arta had ace-king a couple of times, and Nevis there with ace-king. Sleet. Detani had aces. Chick not really had a super strong hand or flopped particularly well, always been in marginal spots. Just the nature of the distribution.
Detani 8-7 raising from the button makes it 200K. Ace-10 suited for Nevis. Very standard re-raising spot here as well.
Yeah, I think maybe you're just call though. It's like perhaps, you know, 60 big blinds deep. You are supposed to. He's gonna go for it. Gonna 3-bet. Yeah, I was about to say the only thing is you feel maybe a little bit face up or something when you just flat.
You don't think flatting would be even slightly under-repped?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends how you want to play your range. I would have been inclined to flat maybe, but Neves maybe just wants with the short stack behind to sort of clear things up and play a heads-up pot, pick it up some of the time, avoid playing a tough opponent out of position with a kind of quite defined range. But Yeah. Who are we to argue?
Joey Carrotson says final 2 tomorrow. That is wrong.
All today, baby.
We're playing down to a winner today.
Actually, there's going to be way more than 2 people playing poker tomorrow.
That's correct.
Yes.
It's probably going to be about 12, 1250, 1300 people playing poker tomorrow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, pretty amazing that this 1.5 million first prize is essentially just a warm-up for the real deal.
Starter.
It's such a big tournament, even Flush Entity coming out of retirement. If you were following the poker leaderboards of the early 2000s, you're in for an exciting day. Saw Kroll in Kroll 13 strolling the corridors.
Wow.
Yeah. See, we had Tapor on this final table. Everyone's back. Big Hoonies out there mixing it up.
I heard Chris Oliver's around.
Mate, I got the photo.
Yeah,
I got the
you showed me,
photo.
yeah.
Loving that.
All the old dogs have been spotted. King 9-5, 2 clubs, heads up between Nevis and Martirosyan. Nevis's deuces are leading for now. Been on a bit of a heater the last few hands.
It's the reason I don't like deuces. Overcards come so often.
It's weird.
Yeah,
Almost always, I find. Yeah, it's outrageous.
Overcard magnets.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and Arta would prefer to have a club here, but will continue.
I got a little gut shot there, huh?
Yeah.
You trying that little gut shot? Little 6.
Going to make a clean bluff on some rivers and turns a pair.
And another overcard for deuces.
Wow.
I mean,
what are the odds?
When are you gonna?
You're like Nostradamus with this stuff, to be honest.
Well, I mean, I saw the card come out. I mean,
No, but before you
anyone can
implied
do
that it would happen again.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, and
I don't like to commit. Check, check.
Yeah.
An overcard, but not one of the bad ones.
Yeah, and Arta just taking his time. Don't think we can value bet the 8. We're just going to run into a 9x too often. Pocket 10's hard to get called by worse. See, there's a flush draw miss and gut shots. So, you know, maybe you could get called. Maybe you go 10% pot. I don't know. Arta. Yeah, look at this.
Does seem relatively small given the size of this pot, and it looks like exactly 10%.
Yeah. And this makes a lot of sense. And
all right, a little more.
Neves does have a bluff catcher. We can just picture that Queen Jack, Jack 10.
But would he bet that?
Queen 6 of clubs
for 100,000.
But it's a little. I mean, this is game theory, right? If you start folding your bluff catchers to 10% pot, like then they could start to incorporate more bluffs, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Really tough spot. Obviously, yeah. Neves just deciding whether he has to pay and keep Arta honest, but he sees it the way you do, Griff, that there's not going to be a bluff often enough.
He tried to bet 80. They made him bet 100.
Okay, so he did try. He did try to bet exactly 10%. I read that right. It just was not legal since it's not even a big blind.
Yes. Tried to bet 0.8.
Did you see the river? Was another overcard. 4 diamonds.
They're such sticklers, the dealers. Hey?
I know, it's weird.
Making you bet a full big. You know, come on, guys. You know, the rules are just guidelines, I think. You know.
King 5
Yeah.
Not as bad.
Yeah.
Sorry to talk over the players there. A little bit of chit chat.
Action's folding around to Chick. Starts the hand with 22 big blinds and has pocket kings. CSIKK. And it looks like a little bit more than a min raise. 215,000. Ace deuce for Martirosyan in the small blind.
Don't be a fool, Arta. You don't have to take every spot, Arta.
Yeah, is this an attack situation?
Blocker, unblocker. Yeah, there we go.
Blocker, unblocker. Jeez. And Raymond with ace-jack suited.
Wow.
And given this dynamic, this is not
an unreasonable spot to take at all.
You kind of have to in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
Raymond announces all in. Gonna be excellent news for Chick.
Especially with that ace folded.
Yeah, and Raymond hating the fact that Chick hasn't immediately released. He knows if he gets caught, yeah.
Chick makes the call. Martirosian out. Chick at risk, but a significant favorite. And as Griffin mentioned, one
I know my friend.
less ace in the deck than usual. Raymond also has hearts working for him. Martirosian standing.
Especially with the bigger ante, it makes it.
Raymond's got some nervous chattiness, it seems like. Flop is ace, queen, deuce. Chick gets out flopped.
Visibly anguished.
CSIK very likely to be canceled.
Ace deuce? Yeah.
That's what the K stands for.
And another heart on the turn. Things are not getting any better for Chick. Needs to hit a king on the river. Totally understandable. Defeated and defeated. That's going to be the end of the run for Christoph Chick. A player we had not seen much of on our tours until now, and has impressed everyone with his performance.
Yeah, and you've got to feel for the guy. That's real and understandable emotion from Chick. Yeah, we've all felt like this, but this is a huge, huge spot for any poker player.
Fifth place, just shy of $400,000.
He can be insanely proud of the run here and the exit. And, you know, just obviously wanted it so much. Got it in an incredible spot for a double up plus.
And luckily for him, we have reached a break, so he can take his time right now. No one's going to be running him off the stage anytime soon. I mean, I imagine it's tough being upright at all at this point. We've seen people in recent years just completely collapse in these moments.
Yeah,
so.
it really stings. It really stings. It's worth so much money at this late stage of the tournament. Obviously, we've all experienced it. It is part of the game. But, you know, and I'm sure that tomorrow or in the coming days, he'll realize big amount of money. And obviously a very talented poker player. He'll be back.
I was going to say that, but I feel like this is one of those ones that's going to take more than a couple days.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you don't actually get, I mean, spots like this a couple of times. It doesn't happen often.
As I mentioned, we are on break now. Let's take a look at the chip stacks of the 4 remaining players. Everyone now guaranteed over $500,000. Zatani and Martirosian still neck and neck. Nevis, Raymond, just fine. We're taking a break here at the PCA. When we get back, we are playing more poker for millions. Back after this.
Action will be on Owen Crow. He will fold from under the gun. Chip leader Jerry Wong has kings.
Run better, Jerry Wong.
From under the gun +1. He will min raise. Makes it 120,000 to play. It's been folded around to the small blind. Dimitar Danchev has ace-queen suited.
Some folks would see re-raise here, but Lieutenant Danchev may opt to just call. Yeah, you don't want a 3-bet call it off with ace-queen in the spot. You don't want a 3-bet folded either.
Is that a stack of green in the back?
Yeah.
Andrei Shatilov with pocket sevens will call as well. Three-way to this flop.
Plenty good odds for Shatilov to take a flop.
And Dimitar Danchev flops the nuts.
Jerry Wong's shirt is about to get puke in it.
Danchev checks. Shatilov checks. Wong, an overpair to the board, plus a flush draw.
Yeah, so he's not even going to really know to be afraid of this flop.
Bets 175,000. And look at Danchev shaking.
OMG. Well, the good news is, Jerry, that Danchev can't hit a royal. I think Danchev could very well raise here. He can rep a lot of semi-bluffs on a board like this.
He does raise to 430,000. Shatilov gets out of the way.
All in.
Jerry Wong shoves.
Call.
Danchev calls.
Gotta respect the lack of slow roll, but when you get called like that, your stomach just drops out.
Wong drawing extremely thin, just 3% equity. Danchev set for a big double up here.
Like Mike and the Mechanics, Jerry Wong is gonna need a miracle.
Want to chop the pot?
No.
Everyone loves a chop pot. Well, that'll do it. Yes. He was already ahead.
They turn me every single time.
I don't know who these guys are, but I like them.
Danchev's rail celebrates as he doubles up to 4.1 million. We're going to sweat with Joel Mika on this hand. We're playing the hand from his perspective. He has raised the button with deuces.
Sweating with my friend Mika.
Danchev, 3-betting from the small blind. Wong folds the big.
Sorry, how much did you say you had? I think like 5 something, but I'm not sure.
If you're gonna try to flop a set on someone, you've got to make sure they have enough chips to make it worthwhile.
Mika calls, and he does flop a set.
Oh my God, yes, we got this. Play it cool, everybody.
Danchev had the pre-flop betting lead. Can expect him to continue on a king-high flop.
It's on you, bruh.
He bets 525,000.
Now, smooth call is totally fine here in position. We're in a good spot to either call or shove the turn.
Mika does call. 2.2 million in the middle.
This way we keep all of his bluffs in.
3 of spades on the turn. Danchev does not fire a second time. He checks.
Well, if Danchev had a king, he probably would have kept betting there. I think now we should bet for value. Protect a little bit, set up a river shove. Somewhere in the range of a Milski should be good.
The grey chips are worth 100,000 each. The green chips 25,000. So that is a bet of just over a million, 1.1 million.
How much?
Roughly half the pot. Danchev not looking overly comfortable, but he calls.
What the heck could he have that would call there? I still think he bets a king. Maybe a heart draw, a baby ace that has a pair and a gut shot. Sometimes pocket kings, but I think even then he raises us. Not really sure what to make of this.
A 4 on the river.
Woof, ugly river. Any ace is now beating us. I'd really love to not face a bet here. We will happily take a free showdown.
Danchev considering his options. 4.5 million in the middle. He's got 2.8 million behind. He checks. And Mika checks it back. Danchev shows ace queen. He rivered a straight.
Nice check behind us. Danchev tried to catch us in his net, but now he's just wearing it. Nice call on the turn, bruh.
Blinds up to 80-160 with a 20k ante. Danchev on the button, 5-7 off. He raises. 7-9 suited for Joel Mika.
Standard raise, standard defend, heads up. Expect ranges to be pretty wide.
Mika does call, so let's see a flop. 8-5 deuce. Danchev pairs his 5.
Mika first to act, though, and he's got squat.
He checks. Danchev checks behind.
Little pot control. I'm already in cheap showdown mode, maybe.
Mika picks up a flush draw on the turn and bets it. 475,000.
Got a gut shot to go with that heart draw as well.
Danchev calls with his pair of 5s. 3 on the river is a brick for Mika.
Gross card for Danchev, but one Mika could potentially bluff at.
Looks like he will bluff. Yes, 775,000.
Danchev has exactly the 817th nut, so this would be quite the hero call. Although he is wearing the black Spider-Man outfit, so maybe.
Nice one.
He folds the best hand.
Imagine how cray-cray they'd be going if they knew he bluffed that with 9 high.
Actions on Danchev. Pocket deuces. He raises. Makes it 325k. Ace king for Mika.
Here we go.
He 3-bets. Re-raises to 925,000.
A 4-bet shove here with a pair wouldn't be all that crazy, heads up. You shouldn't be calling for 15% of your stack with deuces, that's for sure.
I'm on.
Danchev does shove.
I call.
And Mika calls.
And this flip could be for the PCA title.
If Mika hits an ace or a king, he has won this thing. And Danchev is the bridesmaid once again. If deuces hold, they will be even in chips. One side of the room calling for an ace, the other side calling for a deuce. No ace or king on that flop.
Pretty decent flop for deuces.
Well, Jolie will need to get the ace king line carry the board.
Danchev will double up unless there is an ace or a king on the river. If Joel Mika hits one of those 6 outs, we have our winner. The river card is a 10. Danchev doubles up.
What an amazing hold for deuces. See, it does happen.
Dimitar Danchev wins a massive flip, the biggest flip of the tournament so far, and now has the slight chip lead. And it's all gone quiet over there. Blinds 100-200 with a 30k ante. Danchev has 3-bet Mika pre-flop. Mika calls in position and flops top pair.
A pair on a very dry board.
Danchev continues with 750,000.
Standard C-bet, no reason to fold here, no reason to raise.
Mika does just call. The turn, 4 of diamonds.
With no pair and only an 8-high flush draw, I think it's perfectly reasonable for Danchev to slow down now. Nope.
He bets again, 1.65 million.
I only like this bet if he's planning on barreling the river too. Mika can have way too many drawing hands that are ahead.
Mika calls a second time. 7.1 million in the middle, and a jack on the river!
Terrible, terrible river for Mika. Danchev absolutely has to value bet now, and Mika could very easily pay him off.
A value bet of 2.8 million.
I think Joel might even be more inclined to call a little frustrated, wanting to win this tournament even sooner.
Mika calls!
That was huge.
Dimitar Danchev now with the big advantage in this heads-up battle. 3-1 chip leader over Mika.
Things are not looking good for Joel Mika. And boy, did it get quiet in here or what?
So 22 million plays 6.7 million. Ace queen for Danchev.
Monster heads up.
He raises, makes it 400,000. Pocket 4s for Joel Mika.
And so's a pair.
He shoves.
Cool.
Danchev calls.
Neither of these guys are ever getting away from these 2 hands in this spot.
This is like an action replay of the deuces against ace king hand.
And once again, we are potentially flipping for the title.
Mika was a coin flip away from winning. Now he's a coin flip away from seeing Danchev crowned champion.
Danchev's rail calling for an ace. Mika looking for those 4s to hold. Joel's dad wants to keep it low.
But there's an ace on the flop! Danchev takes the lead. Joel Mika needs a 4. This could be the final hand of this final table. The turn card is a 10. And Dimitar Danchev is now a 95% favourite to go one better than EPT8 San Remo and claim victory on the tour. It's a 7. Danchev's done it!
You played great, man. Really tough, man.
Dimitar Danchev is the champion of the PCA 10 main event. So gross for Joel Mika. He lost 2 big flips and that lost him the tournament. So the Bulgarians celebrate their first ever victory on the EPT. Worth pointing out, by the way, that there is a 7-figure consolation prize for Joel Mika.
He's going to hope that everyone folds.
Nobody recognizes this particular move, I believe.
Here come the theatrics. Here come the charks.
I'm pretty sure that he has shipped it all in, and Scott Seaver is asking for a count, I believe.
Well, Scott understands now in a situation like this that Umberto is going to raise here with a lot of different kind of hands. He could have absolutely anything. So Scott Seaver might decide, you know what, let's get rid of the chark. Well, looks like Scott Seaver's counting out a call. He can certainly afford it.
Give me chips. I need chips, my friend. Come on, Scott. You do it. You do it. All right.
Scott's going to make that call.
One call. Triple down. No triple down.
No triple up for
No triple down.
Double up instead.
Yeah.
Let's see Umberto.
Give me the. You know who is the king?
Give me the
Joe. You know who is the king?
Says who is the king?
My God. Now I have problems.
Has a 4.
You know when go to the school,
a 10.
a 4 is good for my school. Okay,
Right,
2
Umberto is
points.
an all-in player. He
Yeah.
Umberto in big, big trouble now.
She had 4s.
Well, Scott getting the news now that Lika folded 4s.
Make a try.
Umberto is all in.
No.
He's covered by
No 4. Easy for me.
King of 10 of hearts.
If this case 4 comes, this will be the worst needle ever to hear in the pocket
She
4s.
mocked pocket 4s.
I go for the straight.
Pocket 4s. Let's see that flop.
So Umberto really up against it here. Oh, it's the 4! Oh, now we're going to hear some celebration.
Lika would have flopped a set of 4s here.
She certainly made the right play, but wow.
He hasn't led a charmed enough life, has he?
Oh, it is a heart.
Here we go. Now Scott Seaver has some additional outs.
Your life, do I win this?
He needs to catch a 10 or a heart.
You know, come on, let me do laps around this building.
Umberto is in the lead with a pair of 4s.
Heart.
Scott desperately looking for that heart.
I will run laps around the building.
Well, they're getting a little into it here.
I'm ready to do my laps. I'm going to start running and do my victory laps.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Scott Seaver wins the pot.
He's doing his Umberto impersonation here. Well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, I guess. Good sports, both of them. Umberto, always the showman, having fun with it. Takes a little bit of a beat there on the river, but
400 years. No. Okay.
Three-way to the flop, which gives Vanessa top pair, second pair for Dan Shack, plus a flush draw, plus a backdoor straight draw.
Oh boy, this could get uglier than Quato from Total Recall.
Well, it doesn't look like Vanessa intends to play in flow. She leads for 165,000.
To just call pre-flop from the small blind and then lead here, Vanessa's range is rarely nothing.
400.
Dan Shack raises to 400,000, gets an insta-fold from Antonio Esfandiari.
This board is super wet, which is going to make Vanessa not worry so much about sets in 2 pairs. If Dan had a super monster and Vanessa led into him, wouldn't he probably just call and let her lead again on the turn? It's free money. So no, I don't see Vanessa folding top pair, top kicker here.
Call. She calls. There is now 1.25 million in the middle. Huge pot building here on the bubble, and there are 3 guys at the table running on vapor. The board pairs on the turn. Vanessa now a 3-1 favorite. She checks.
All in.
And Shack shoves!
OMG ICM suicide. I commend Dan Shack for having stones so big they are now considered the islands of the Bahamas, but this bluff is risking crazy amounts of real money against a person with a stupid strong range.
I call.
Vanessa calls! And Dan Shack is at risk of bubbling the super high roller.
What a ridiculous sweat. What an unnecessarily huge pot.
Dan Shack does have 11 outs. He can hit a club or a 10 on the river. It's a 10!
That was not supposed to happen. He's doing a victory lap. He's coming back.
Dan Shack doubles up and takes the chip lead from Vanessa Selbst.
I just didn't think you'd...
Dan, don't say anything. Don't. Too late.
I just lost like 2 million chips. I lost 2 million chips. Dan got me on the river, yeah. He pushed on the turn, I called, and he had 11 outs. Yeah. I just lost 2 million chips. No. He raised, and then he just jammed on a bluff, or like a semi-bluff, and I called.
And he got there. That's the crucial part of the story, Miranda. He got there.
How does Vanessa always find herself in these situations on TV tables?
Particularly brutal for her, not so much because she might bubble now, but because she was in such a great spot to win this tournament.
Nice hand, Shaq. No. Bad hand. Hard to make it fair, hard to make it fair in a flush show, whatever. I'm trying to win. I understand. But obviously I didn't like seeing that hand.
And here we are again in 2023 with the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure. The main event final table continues here at Baha Mar in Nassau. 4 players remain competing for the trophy and first place prize money of $1.5 million just before the break. We lost Christoph Chick in 5th place. He's cashed out for nearly 400 grand. Everyone else now guaranteed more than $500,000. And the stacks all pretty close. Officially, Michel Detani is the chip leader with a slight advantage over Artur Martirosyan as we kick off the next level with the blinds at 60,000, 120,000 with a 120K big blind ante. Well, I referenced that the next player out gets more than 500K, 677K for third, $1 million for the runner-up, 1.5 million for the winner. The single biggest slice of the $8.6 million prize pool. I'm James Harshkin, rejoined by Sam Grafton.
Hey, guys.
And we have been joined by PSPC 2019 finalist and a Platinum Pass winner for this year's PSPC, Scott Bounstein.
Hey, guys. Great to be here. I'll do my best to keep up with Squid here.
Crucially, how excited are you, Scott? We're 24 hours out from the start of the PSPC. Another final table in sight?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I've been waiting for this for 4 years. I've had my Platinum Pass for almost that long as well, for over 3 years. Finally ready to put this to good use tomorrow.
And of course, there is meant to be a drinks evening, a meet and greet for Platinum Pass winners this evening. And not sure how long this final table is going to go. Not sure if this 10K is going to go the distance and whether it will be done by the time that party starts. And that's when I guess we press the reset button and prepare for 5 continuous days of PSPC coverage. All 5 days of the PokerStars Players Championship follow our live stream of the PCA main events.
Yeah, and
again.
Crazy, as I said, that this is just a little amuse-bouche.
It is. I was
for the main course.
Just thinking that the main event here is more like an appetizer. When the PSPC came around the first time, the buzz around the room was electric.
That hurt. That was a huge spot because
If I win that one, I'm up to 5 million.
yeah, already at that
Yeah,
day.
and yeah.
Because you were chip leader.
Yeah,
And when
I
I
was
won the
already-
pot, I was chip leader,
Yeah, yeah.
so it was a huge pot.
Yeah, very, very big pot.
But just
If I had some chips left.
yeah, a good amount.
Not his case.
Yeah, just a little break in the tension there. Those guys reminiscing about a few hands and outdraws that they faced on the way here. And these stack sizes, it's interesting because we began the day with everyone, after Jamil bust, everyone had similar stacks. And there was quite a bit of separation after running up the stack. But after that big double up, we now are again in a situation where these guys only separated bottom stack 12 big blinds less than the chip leader. Very, very condensed.
Now, I asked Griffin this question at the start of the day, Scott. Having watched the action since day 2, who has impressed you the most of these final 4 players?
I mean, how can you argue with Artur Martirosyan? He's been on a massive heater lately, and he's been on several feature tables throughout the last few days, and I have not seen any mistakes.
Yeah, very, very strong poker player indeed.
But that being said, all of these guys have been playing well all tournament long.
Well, this is Martirosyan versus Datani, who defended his big blind to an open to 260k, and Datani has flopped best, pairing his queen, top pair on board.
Let's go, Artur. It's going to start. We're going to start with a C-bet. These guys 1 and 2.
I know we referenced this during the last session, Sam, but now we're down to 4 players. Again, I would like to highlight 50% of the remaining field from Portugal.
That's crazy. How can there be more Portuguese players at the table with 4 left than there were at the beginning of the day? The number of Portuguese players just keeps increasing. And it's a good card. Well, Marta outdrawing King Jack, Jack 9. I mean, it was ahead of Jack 9, of course. But
wow.
You can say it, James.
It is always coming 7.
There we are.
Running 7s for Martirosyan. So I've just dug out the pie chart. Portugal accounted for 2% of the players in the PCA main event.
Oh, so there was just 2 of them. 100% of them made the final. So
Made the final 4.
Datani probably going to feel like he wants to go for a small.
750.
Wow, he's going for a
Going
larger
big.
sizing.
And his 8 didn't even play. So he's trying to represent some of these missed draws here. Some of these King Jack, Jack 9s, some missed diamonds.
It feels like Artur would never have a better queen, a queen where the kicker plays. Very deceptively, Artur backed into these trips.
So how big are we going here?
Yeah, he's just deciding. Obviously, yeah. Has this? Yeah.
I think we have to raise here.
Yeah, he's gonna raise. It's just a somewhat delicate situation, being big stack versus big stack. Maybe means we have to dampen the size up a little bit.
That's pretty big. He's going for it.
Yeah.
So many white betting discs.
Sort of representing exactly what he has here. Sort of c-bet the flop with whatever the hell he has, and then backs into a pair of 7s on the turn, checks back for pot control, and hits running 7s. It's a really tough spot.
Frustrating for Datani.
Nice sense. My sense.
They both decided to go big there.
Normal. Normal still.
Makes it a little bit easier to fold if you're Titani because he went big on his bet sizing. If he went smaller and then got raised, he is going to have to call there more often.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, he's got some 7. Obviously, the 7 of diamonds didn't come out, so he has some 7x of diamonds and backs into it himself there. As long as he as that's his bigger sizing and keeps his full houses and trips in that sizing, it's pretty reasonable to relinquish the Queen 8.
And 35 of the final table into the first 5 minutes of level 30 at the 6120 blind level. And it's the Snowmen's Num Num for Artur Martirosyan, opening to 240k. Raise and take it.
Yeah, and just like the beginning of the first level where Artur came out of the gates firing and won a number of pots, big swing there, Titani and Artur starting with the same stack size, and now Artur 72 big blinds, some separation on Nevers. Always nice to have your opponents covered on a final and know that, you know, in a big competition you'll still be around.
Yeah, definitely an important pot for him. It gave him a little bit of separation from the pack now.
I actually thought that was the line.
Ace 3 of diamonds on the button for Michel Titani.
Just like 6?
Yes, 6 point.
It's okay.
I just counted and I just forgot again.
Another raise and take it.
Uh, 5.8 I have.
Thank you.
Now 6. 6.1.
Titani first to act.
Wow, under the gun. Loose open from such an early position.
I think I'll find the 400 Sam.
To 15?
Yeah, and Artur might be tempted to flick in a call here.
Yeah, I think we're deep enough here. We can call our small pairs out of the small blind.
Yeah, and goes heads up a bit more often because of it being a final.
Ace 10-5. Huge advantage for Titani. Martirosyan has checked to him.
Unbelievably, another 3 overcards for the deuces.
250.
A bet and a fold. If you have just joined the stream, this is the final table of the PCA 2023 main event. 4 players remaining. We started the day with 6, 2 eliminations so far. On the very first hand of the FT, Jamil Wakil was eliminated. Came in with a 7 big blind stack, had to make something happen. And then on the last hand of the last level, we lost Christoph Chick from the USA.
Yeah, and I don't know whether you call that Hagen, but a lot of emotion for Chick, really sort of wearing his heart on his sleeve there in that moment. And, you know, it just, despite the sort of stoic posture of the poker players on this final, and you know, you have to keep your composure while you're playing, you can see there, like, how much it means to people when they're this deep.
Oh, wow. Neves has opened with kings under the gun, and Alex Raymond has queens in the small blind. Raymond is the effective stack here, has 45 bigs.
And they're 3 and 4 in chips. This is going to be nearly impossible to get away from.
925.
3 bets to 925,000. Datani is out from the big blind. Action back on Neves.
Yeah.
You're playing 5.4, something like that.
Yeah, I think 5.5 I counted. Roughly.
Goes with the big 3-bet sizing.
Yeah,
Doesn't leave a lot of room to 4-bet a non-all-in amount, but we're going to see a click here.
Yeah, I think you do get to click it here.
Yeah.
I think that is the play. Whether Neves goes for that, but I think the Kings.
It's too strong just to rip in there.
Yeah, and
protect
when you,
some of your bluffs.
Yeah, and when you have ace-3 off, you don't want to shove. You want to just click it as well. You just put Raymond.
1.9 million.
Yeah.
1.9 million is the 4-bet from Neves.
It's a big one, actually.
Yeah, he could have gone smaller than that, but nonetheless,
yeah,
Raymond, I can't imagine he does anything but shove here.
Yeah, and it's interesting the power of it, both as a bluff and for value. The queens sort of, I wouldn't say they shrivel up, but you're aware that occasionally Neves is kind of saying, I've got...
Right. He's not even playing ace-king off like this.
Yes.
Probably plays ace-king off as a shove here.
That was a time bank card.
Yeah.
Remember, 30-second shot clock is running, and they can buy additional thinking time by playing those cards.
Yeah, and I think it's absolutely right that Raymond just taking a minute to think about this. You know, you don't want to make a big play on a final table without working through the problem. Is this a hand? Yeah, he's got a shove, yeah.
He shoves and he gets called. It's triangle time for Alex Raymond, and he is behind. Huge cooler at the final table of the PCA main event, and the biggest pot of the tournament so far, 11.3 million with Raymond at risk.
Well, Raymond got himself out of one scrape, hitting the ace against kings just before the break. Now going to need a queen.
Yeah, I think so too.
Of course, if Raymond does get lucky, it'll leave Neves with crumbs. The flop is Jack-Jack 10, Kings holding. Neves now a 9-1 favorite. Raymond still with 2 outs, needs a queen on the turn or river. The turn card is a deuce. 5% chance of survival for Alex Raymond. The Canadian needs a queen on the river. It's a 3, and we are down to 3 as Alex Raymond is KO'd in 4th place in the biggest hand of the PCA main event so far. He cashes out for $519,600, gets more than $500,000. And Pedro Neves takes the chip lead with close to 100 bigs.
Yeah, and that's a huge, huge moment on this final. 96, 95 big blind pot there. And the young Portuguese player, Pedro Neves, with a commanding chip lead, 3-handed, playing for this PCA main event title.
And I think I'm right in saying that he was the last qualifier to go, and yes, Artem Martirosyan did win a package to the PCA. However, he did bust his first bullet, and he then fired an additional 20K, 2 additional entries, so we're not counting him as a qualifier.
It's such a strict and PCA isn't an EPT, Artem isn't a qualifier.
I don't make the rules.
We're such a job's worth. Rules and regulations, Hartigan.
I mean, he is a qualifier. This is just not the qualified bullet.
And Portugal, which once accounted for 2% of the field, now accounts for 66% of it.
2/3 of the final table.
Next level will be 45 or... I'm not sure. Yeah. Ah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Jay Palermo says, I thought the casino manager would get to make the rules. I haven't even been invited to the presentation at the end of this tournament. I should be on stage handing over the trophy, but no.
Sorry.
Well, dealers are strict, commentators are strict.
I am slightly surprised that we are down to 3 already, Sam. I am slightly shocked that 50% of the final table's gone already, but if they're going to deal hands like kings and queens to 2 different players, what do you expect?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And also, I think, yeah, just the aggressive sort of dynamic. The fact that there's, you know, if Arta's putting in a 3-bet, ace-jack now becomes a shove, and there's just going to be more collisions because of how strong these poker players are.
I don't know mine, so I'm wondering. That was like...
yeah, 6.4, I think, but...
Blind versus blind situation here.
Yeah, and Neves, with the separation over Ditani, going to be doing a lot of raising and isolating versus this small blind limp.
And this, so, yeah.
Going to be interesting to see how he approaches things.
420.
Yeah. And so what might be a check if they were a little closer in chips, you know, or a mix, maybe becomes a pure raise. And yeah, that's just a little indication of what we might see in the coming hands from Neves. Sort of leveraging Arta and Ditani against each other.
We have 20, I know, Maria. We have 27 million.
Not 27, I think.
It's 3 times 8.9.
So I think 11.9.
The fact that they're reviewing each other's chip stacks could imply that deal conversations might follow?
I think that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Well, the floor man is going to verify the stacks. We'll see if they do want to potentially review the payouts and do a deal. Meanwhile, these are former PCA champions who were online qualifiers. Remember, this event has been running since 2004. And in its history, there have been 5 players who've won the title who qualified online. John Gale, the winner in 2005, qualifying for $127. Obviously, Steve Paul Ambrose, Poria Nazari, Dimitar Danchev invested more money. Dominic Panker, when he won this event in 2014, was in for just $109. And I'm pretty sure he got more than $1 million for the win that year. So, of course, as we just established, the last player who could have joined those ranks was Alex Raymond, but he has just bowed out in 4th place, leaving us with the final 3, who have 99, 68, 52 big blinds respectively. Sam, what's your gut instinct? What you know about these guys, especially Martirosyan, do you think they might chop it?
Well, the thing that I would say is all 3 of them seem like really, really strong poker players. I don't know Neves' exact background, but Ditani and Arta, very, very experienced pros. And Pedro seems to have played exceptionally well at this final table. So, you know, when there's not, no one feels they're a distinct favourite in the remaining field, that's the sort of time where you might want to negotiate and come up with some sort of chop. So there's of course going to be money to play for and prestige to play for, but maybe lessen the pay jumps and look to chop up some of this huge, huge prize pool.
Yeah, and it's worth highlighting, Scott, these jumps are pretty big. I mean, just shy of 700K for 3rd, $1 million for 2nd, and 1.5 for 1st.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure how big the Portuguese poker community is, but these guys probably are, you know each other and are friends, and maybe more inclined to make a deal for that reason as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, looks like we are playing on. We have just balanced out the table a little bit.
Just a little bit of feng shui. The feng shui wasn't quite right. We've reorganized the table to allow this panoramic shot to be a bit more inclusive.
Feng shui, camera angles, bit from column A, bit from column B. Neves with aces in the small blind.
8.4, right?
Wow.
Just calls.
Laying the trap.
Martirosyan checking his option with Jack-4 of clubs.
I think when Martirosyan is in the big blind and in 2nd in chips, he's going to be very less inclined to be raising out of the big blind, and for that reason, I'd probably be coming in for a raise with my aces here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also you block the value raises, and so it's just the bluff raises that you get.
Which he's not inclined to do, given the fact that
Yeah.
he's 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
He has a lot more to lose than Datani does, especially because of the big pay jump between 3rd and 2nd place. But it's going to work out for him when he lets his opponent flop top pair. Although he very well defends the Jack 4 suited in position anyway. Could have been a much bigger pot.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously we can see it's a very clean value bet versus Jack 4. It's a little bit murky just because the range Artur has is so wide. Don't have as much visibility down the streets. Artur not going to be able to relinquish top pair though. Obviously, we can see so many, imagine so many draws and gut shots.
Always coming 7 does not change the outcome of the hand.
Yeah, and in a different spot, you would be able to go for a big value bet. But here, you know, obviously, Artur just has not every, but a lot of 7-5, Jack 7, 10-8, etc., etc. Yeah, and goes for 2/3, exactly sort of targeting the hand Artur has.
Yeah, he just puts in the quick call. A little bit too strong to get away from here.
1.1.
Yeah, and while I absolutely agree with your analysis, Scott, works out very well in this instant, managing still to get 3 streets of value against the top pair.
Well, had he raised small to big, that could have been a much bigger pot.
Yeah.
Well, as it stands, he now has a 2-to-1 advantage over the other 2 players. Martirosyan and Datani pretty much tied at 50 big blinds each. Neves playing a 115 big blind stack.
Yeah, with that, he has over half the chips in play. So now this is really where the game changes a little bit. Martirosyan and Datani, now we're sort of going to be having to wait each other out. Can't afford to make big mistakes and lose big pots because there's a $323,000 pay jump between 3rd and 2nd, which isn't that much less than the difference between 2nd and 1st.
Yeah. Yeah, and that also might have scuppered the deal somewhat because, you know, some people feel that the ICM model sort of overvalues short stacks a little bit, that this big, powerful chip lead, you can really sort of leverage and pressurize your opponents if you wield it correctly and you know, really like aim to just go for the first prize with, you know, a big chip lead. And as you say, now actually half the chips in play.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. You know, the ICM doesn't really account for the fact of the power of that big stack.
Yeah, the power of the future game kind of thing.
Okay, well, King High still ahead on an Ace Jack 8 flop.
So the times that these 2 guys can afford to get out of line are against each other. They don't want to do it so much against the chip leader.
Yeah, I know.
Já estou a mandar.
Datani still with a big grin on his face, as we've seen all the way through this run of his.
It's so weird because, as I said, he's such a familiar face on the European circuit. I didn't realize that, like, this is the first time he's gone this far in a major live MTT.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, like, I mean, I'm the same. It's so hard to make these big final tables, to overcome the huge field. You know, there's players like Datani, like myself, you know, you can play for 10 years and not get that across the finish line or even close. So, you know, and that's why it is so painful when you're outdrawn. You know, could well be a long time before you're back in a spot like this. Arthur, unfortunately, out of matching Gucci shirts today. Forced to slum it with Burberry.
So Arthur currently living in Playa del Carmen in Mexico.
Love that.
It's always been a popular spot for poker players. Not too far from here.
Yeah, nice little hop on a plane. Didn't take too long, I would imagine, through Florida.
Yeah, Cancun's only like 90 minutes from Miami.
Man of Straw asking on YouTube, has Arthur ever won a PokerStars event before? Yes, both live and online. He has multiple Coupe titles. He won 2 W Coupe titles. That is the World Championship of Online Poker. 2 events in one night. And in the live world, there was only 1 EPT in 2021. It was in Sochi. And Artur Martirosyan was the champion for $325,000 equivalent.
He won 100% of EPTs in that year. Was Player of the Year, EPT champion, full works. Yeah, and after considering whether to check raise this hand, continue through call, or can he bin it? See, the jack in the check call line is quite unpromising card.
720.
So he goes for the check raise. I think this does make some sense. And blows Datani off the best hand, albeit just king high.
Putting a little bit of separation between them. Around 65 big blinds for Martirosyan, around 45 bigs for Datani.
Can you give me some blues? Yeah, of course.
So there are 3 chip denominations in play at the moment. The blues are 5,000, the greens are 25,000, and the whites are 100,000.
Pedro passing the button again. And Arthur with very strong holding, blind on blind. Probably will come in for a raise most of the time with the 9s.
450.
Just benefit from forcing out an occasional overcard and lowering the SPR. Something like that.
It's amazing when I see a comment on YouTube that starts, "James, read this, please." I expect the words that follow to be something either stupid, xenophobic, or misogynistic, or all 3. And do you know what? Story checks out.
5.2, yeah.
Let's be nice. How about that? Let's be nice about each other, be nice about the players at the final table.
Yeah, I mean, 3 real sweet guys by all accounts that we've seen.
Erosion with the real hand here on the button.
Yeah, 9s and ace-king back-to-back.
And it's a spot he could see some pressure. Probably not with the 8-5.
Yeah, one of the things about this chip lead is, of course, as we say, does get to pressurize these guys a bit more, defend a bit wider. But actually, 66 big blinds, of course, it's not, you know, the way ICM works, of course, it's the last chips that are the most valuable in your stack. And you don't just get to blast off for 70 big blinds. So Never's got to balance, you know, finding the right levels of aggression, pushing, wielding the chip stack, but not going too crazy. It's very, you know, by all accounts, seems an incredibly accomplished player. I'm sure he'll manage that, but...
And if he doubles either one of these guys, he then becomes the shortest stack.
Yes, yes.
Mind the Duck says, not suggesting any of these players should do it, but is there a rule that says they have to stay at the table, or can you walk away and just allow your blinds to be taken? The latter.
You can. People won't swap with you again, but...
I mean, on the one hand, bowler. On the other hand, why?
I like this check back here.
Martirosian still ahead with top pair.
Yeah, and the ace high gets a little bit stronger on that turn card. Wow. Very interesting double check back with the queen no kicker.
I think I would have played it the same way. He's losing to every queen and every 8. Lets his opponent catch up a little, and for deception here.
Yeah.
And might be able to get a call on the river by a hand like ace high.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
a 5 or a river 10. Expect him to go big here in the river.
Yeah, and Neves a little unsure what's going on here. Is this just only a river 10? 5 might bet for protection on the turn. He probably expects all queens to have bet at some point. It's a little bit weird in his mind. On the other hand, some of the 6-7s and 6-4s will bet earlier and makes a really good fold. Yeah, not getting overly attached to the ace high.
Martirosian up to 68 big blinds. Tatani the shortest stack with around 40. Neves still with more than 110 bigs. 3 players remaining at the final table of the PCA 2023 main event. Folded to Martirosian in the small blind with 10-4 of diamonds. And that is a raise to 450,000 to 8-7 suited for Michel Tatani.
Yeah, very beautiful looking hand to play in position.
Tatani calling, and these players going to the flop, which is Queen 7-4. So second pair versus bottom pair.
Both of them with a piece of it here. Expect there to be a bet and a call here.
Yeah, and Arthur just be hoping to win it here and now. Just looking for some protection. Love to just see Michel get out of the way. But Tatani will hang around.
210,000 apiece. 6 of hearts on the turn. Tatani now near enough a 9-1 favourite.
Martirosian made that c-bet very small, kept his opponent's range very wide. 6, however, is a bad turn card for Martirosian. All of his straight draws made at least a pair plus with that 6.
Yeah, and in general, we just want to check our second pairs, but this one with the extra, the sort of the gut shot value, no, he doesn't do it. Just checks back, and river's a straight. Yeah, and Arta just hoping to show down maybe against another, wow, it's like a 4. Doesn't show down for much.
He's only beating some ace highs.
Yeah, and one would imagine he's thinking of bluffing here. This would be, I think, pretty out of line. It's one of the hands you're targeting to fold would be an ace 4 or a king 4. But just senses correctly that the 4 isn't going to show down for anything. That Titani, yeah, and he's going to line it up. This is one of the first times Arta's aggression is going to cost him. Can't help himself but go for it here on this river with 950k chip bet. And Titani just going to think about whether he can raise versus this sizing or not.
I think we can raise. I think his 7, he's only losing to 8-9, and I think his 8-9s go bigger on the river here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that 8-9 bets the turn very, very often. It doesn't really check. But yeah, he's just deciding how to approach it. I think he will raise, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a raise here.
Yeah. So he's just deciding, okay, what's the sizing?
And I think the sizing is very small. I think you're justified. You're going to make it 2 million here. Try to get called by a 3 or something. Yeah.
Fistful of white. 950,000 has just become, it doesn't matter because Martirosyan has folded.
He went 3?
No, he went to 19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is Nuno Capuccio and Michelle's partner, Raquel Montero.
Yeah, nice hand for Titani.
I think we have the company of Sam Grafton for one more hand before the mystery bounty starts.
Well, let's hope it's a 3-way all-in and I can see a champion crowned. I'll be disappointed. Can we get word to the dealer? Make it an exciting one.
Saw a question a short while ago and have now lost it. Oh, it was someone asking for the online handles of the final 3 players. So, we know the online handles of 2 of the 3. Artur Martirosyan is Mar Arthur 1. And Michel Titani, who plays online from Brazil, is Freelancers.
Titani must have a scoop or WCOOP win, surely, as Freelancers.
Yes, he won a WCOOP back in 2016.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Well, they started the 3-way all-in by giving Arta queens. They half got the message. There just wasn't time to set the deck fully.
Neves is an interesting story, actually. Made his first trip to Vegas in 2019, was basically trying to make a start on the live circuit. Then came the pandemic, so had to then restart again in early 2022 when he came to EPT Prague. He's played a UK IPT event as well.
Yeah, big breakout score and seems like a very, very strong poker player indeed.
Do you know who Pedro Neves' poker coach is?
I'm going to say NASA 114.
Oh, NASA, João Vieira. Yeah, we're not going to get much value out of having Sam for a raise and take it. One more hand. One more hand.
One more hand.
This tournament you're playing today must be like a turbo, right?
Yeah, Mystery Bounty 10K.
It's the 10K,
right?
Beautiful. Pure gamble. Pure luck.
Sorry, Sam. Looks like hand 50 was just as irrelevant as the previous 2. But thank you so much for dropping by. Thanks for spending the last couple of levels with us. Always appreciate your insight and analysis. And good luck in the tournament today. But more importantly, good luck tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, mate. I'll see you soon.
Good luck, bud.
So the action continues here at the final table of the PCA main event, hand 51. Martirosyan, currently the shortest stack, and I'm using air quotes on that, Scott, because he's still got 55 bigs, and he's only just behind Titani.
They're neck and neck.
Yeah.
Effectively the same stacks. So Neves is going to have some options here. The beautiful Jack-10 suit, he's going to choose just to defend here. We like our hands that can make a royal flush.
I see an ace, and I see a queen, and I see 2 diamonds. Oh, hello.
This could be a very interesting pot here. Martirosyan in position, flops top pair against the straight draw, flush draw from this chip leader. Probably a decent spot to mix in some checkbacks here with your weak aces. Neves can certainly call or raise here.
Deuce on the turn.
Decides just to call. Martirosyan picks up a wheel straight draw. Makes a straight with a 4. Probably gets only 2 streets, whether he gets it on the flop and turn or flop and river. He decides to check back. Wow.
Oh, 2 pair for Martirosyan, the flush for Neves.
Ace is up versus the rivered flush. Is Neves gonna bet himself or go for the check raise? Oh, it goes 2/3 pot and gets insta-called by Martirosyan. Pretty reasonable, though. His hand is way too strong to be folding their aces up.
Well, they were neck and neck at the start of that hand, Scott, but now Titani has a little bit of an advantage. 58 big blinds for him, 42 big blinds for Artur Martirosyan. And by the way, when I was wishing Sam good luck for tomorrow, if you don't know what's happening tomorrow, then you really should, because we are segueing into the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Yes, it's finally here. It is an event that some people have been waiting 3.5 years for. We announced it in Barcelona in the summer of 2019. It's finally taking place this week. And all those Platinum Pass winners are now in the Bahamas to take on the pro. There are more than 400 of them who've arrived today. And we're going to be streaming all 5 days of the PSPC on Twitch and YouTube.
Very exciting. Won my Platinum Pass 37 months ago.
Very excited. We'll be streaming day 1 from 12:30 Eastern at 6:30 p.m. Central European time. Following it all the way through to the final table next Friday. And of course, should highlight at this point in time, there is a mini PSPC, just as we ran in 2019. You can play an online version of the Players' Championship for 1,000th of the price. Registration is open now.
Ace-Queen decides not to bet that in position. Allows his opponent to catch up with a pair of 4s in the turn. Will probably go ahead and bet himself. Fours needs a lot of protection, and most of the hands that could beat that on the flop would have bet. Ace-Queen, a little bit too strong against that small sizing. I think we're going to take one off here and see river.
$170.
Titani as his raise called.
He backs into 2 pair. Tatani certainly has a hand he can turn this into a bluff with the ace of clubs. The back of the flush gets there. He's going big here, going almost full pot, 850,000. Tatani's going to think about what to do. He's going to have all of his options open to call, fold, or raise. Oh no, he overbet the pot.
Oh,
1.35 million. And when you're sitting there with the ace of clubs, the nut flush blocker, facing an overbet, all these options are definitely running through your mind.
Tatani wisely folds, and Martirosyan is pretty much neck and neck with him once again.
His other option there would have been to pull the trigger and just move all in, which would have been completely sick and probably works.
Well, let's welcome Joe Stapleton back into the fold.
Hello, my babies.
Into the second half of this level. 45 minutes left on the clock. We'll then take a break, and when we come back from break, because we are now three-handed, we will be playing 45 rather than 90-minute levels. So off the back of the next break, we'll be playing levels 31 and 32 back to back. As Neves opens the button with 5-4 of diamonds. Martirosyan, Jack-9 in the small. That gets folded.
Tatani with ace, queen offsuit, 2 hands in a row. Ace of clubs again. But because he's second in chips here, I think we would often see him just defend here and not 3-bet his sort of stronger hands like ace, queen.
Tatani chipping up a little bit there. So yes, down to 3 players in the PCA main event. 3 eliminations so far, having lost Wakil on the first hand of the day. Then we lost Chris Chick, and a short while ago, we lost Alex Raymond. Ran queens into kings. Brutal cooler, but they happen. And he cashed out in 4th place for just over $500,000. We caught up with Alex, and we asked him about his overall experience playing the PCA main event and making the final table.
So there's just been a build-up since day one. So obviously we're playing for less money at the beginning. It just gets higher and higher, and also the media coverage, the experience being in the tournament, just the camaraderie, walking around, getting a high five and stuff. It's just a build-up till the end. So it was a really nice experience, and yeah, I can't wait to play the PSBC.
Just a build-up to the end, and Raymond made it nearly to the very end, about as close as you can get. Top 4 finish, mega cooler, and now we are threads up. Picking up the action here on the flop, Tatani versus Neves. And somehow everyone has dodged every part of this board.
I think it was raised pre, and Flopko went check, check.
Queen. Check, check. Queen's going to get pipped by a king. What a beat. And I heard y'all chatting about how 2% of the field that entered was Portuguese. And now 66% of the field is Portuguese. I had our crack research team, mostly Hayden, dig up some Portuguese stats.
Thank you.
There have only been 2 Portuguese winners on the EPT. João Barbosa won Warsaw, if you can believe that. The one time there was an EPT Warsaw, won Warsaw in 2008. Antonio Matias won Vila Moura in 2009, so it's been more than a decade.
Yes, this is 6.1 plus this 6.6.
Since there's been a Portuguese winner.
Yeah, they're a big favorite to do it today, but as James reminded us, this is not an EPT.
It's the only comparison we really have. I do have one PCA stat. The last and only time a Portuguese player made the PCA final table was João Nogueira in 2013. Finished in 8th place for $165,000. So if we're counting PCAs as standalone events, this is, again, history in the making. And the last time we saw any Portuguese player go this deep, well, we've never had him. And the last time ever at a final table was, again, 10 years ago. So pretty cool.
I'm surprised we don't see Neves coming into the small blind with a raise, given he has over half the chips in play here. We haven't seen him really use that stack in a lot of these pressure spots yet.
What is something that could make someone all of a sudden start doing that? Is it, are we likely to see someone not doing it and then all of a sudden start?
Well, sometimes it's just sort of spot specific. These spots have to arise, and sometimes with the distributions they just don't. Or you can just wait for kings here on the button.
Neves with another monster.
Wow.
Speaking of coolers, Tatani with the only hand better than kings, somehow three-handed a sick cooler in progress.
And they're likely to get all the money in here pre-flop, and then if those aces hold, we're going to see a flip-flop of their 2 chip stacks. This three-handed running aces into kings, there could not be a bigger cooler.
2 million.
Here comes the 4-bet to 2 million.
Quickly goes for that click sizing. And Tatani has a decision here, and his decision is whether to just call because you want to keep in your opponent's bluffs. Because Neves could be bluffing here and clicking to 2 million.
The only one that could be bluffing here, right?
Yes. So because of that, I think we probably should just call with our aces. He does get it in when he runs into his opponent's kings and queens, but he would shut out all of his opponent's bluffs, and aces plays great against any possible hand your opponent can have here. I think the correct play in this particular spot is to just call with aces. Again, it doesn't necessarily work out for you when you're up against kings, but overall versus the range of your opponents,
I mean, knowing what we know about Neves and that he hasn't really been getting too out of line, Tatani may go for all of it, and he does. And, of course, with these 2 matchups, it doesn't really matter. Aces versus kings. Insane cooler. Neves behind. But now they're playing for the chip lead if the statistics hold. I don't know how you can keep your composure like this if you somehow run into aces three-handed. Here comes the flop. Ace 9-9, pretty decisive. Full house for Tatani.
Neves is drawing to running kings, or running nines for a job.
The turn is neither a king nor a 9. That's going to be a double up for Tatani. Portugal retains the chip lead.
Yeah, they just flipped their stacks.
Tatani now with 110 big blinds. Neves still with over 60. But man, that's got to take the wind out of your sails a little bit. That's got to be a punch right in the gut.
Martirosyan was rooting for a king there real bad.
Yeah, I bet he was.
Would have gotten heads up as the shortest stack. When you're the third guy, those are the coolers that you hope for.
So if you could ballpark it, how much in equity, like in real money, was that right there? I mean, that's that cooler.
Probably
$700,000.
No, it's not that much,
Okay.
because the difference between third and first is only $800,000.
Okay.
So it's probably like $300,000.
$300,000. That's why I asked Scott. I have no idea.
Because they're already guaranteed about $700,000.
Right, so it could only be
they're
the
playing,
difference.
Yeah, they're playing
Sure.
for like the difference of $800,000 now at this point.
It's funny looking at the next pay jump being second place. The final pay jump. No more laddering after that.
And you get that cool million.
And we play on. That's how poker works. Martirosyan, Queen Jack on the button. And that's going to be good enough.
You can take 120 if I win a pot, and next hand I'm big blind.
It's been nice not being Chat Pro Saturday, though. I have to read all these idiotic comments coming through about folding kings. You see some of these? You should know.
They were suggesting to fold the kings.
You should know he had aces in that spot.
Yeah, if you're only, that means you're only calling with aces if you're folding kings.
Adam Levy, ruthless in chat, easy fold.
Yeah.
Adam, the game may have passed you by a little bit, buddy. All right, we've got blind on blind. Neves limping in with an ace. Martirosyan going to take the free flop with 10-6 off.
An aggressive fold, Adam.
Queen 4 deuce, 2 clubs. Both players with a backdoor club draw.
His ace-7 here with the ace of clubs, good enough to check call here for 1/3 pot. It's got ace high, which is independently good on its own a lot of the time. Backdoor straight and flush draws.
How much harder, poker's hard in general already these days. How much harder does it get when you're three-handed?
It definitely gets harder. You have to play a lot of hands. Your opponent's ranges become a lot wider when you're playing full ring, 8-9 handed. Your opponents have much tighter ranges generally because they're only opening, you know, much fewer hands. But when you're playing short-handed, 2- and 3-handed, your ranges are most of your hands. So your opponents can have all sorts of different things, which does make it more difficult to play.
And I think just mentally more difficult in that you're just involved all the time.
And this, we got an interesting turn card here. Martirosyan picks up second pair of sixes, but Neves turns a nut flush draw. Again, his ace high could be good, plus he has the nut flush draw. I think we're going to go just call here.
And we are headed to the river. It is a club.
Also a bit of a cooler now. So Nevis does back into the nut flush. Martirosyan himself has the 10 of clubs. Pretty big flush. Question is whether Nevis is going to check or just lead bet himself.
And to Scott's point from earlier, when you're three-handed, 10 high flush is significantly stronger.
He does check. When you check here, it does two things. When your opponent has a flush, he's often going to bet himself. And when he doesn't have a flush, he's going to bet maybe as a bluff. Wow, he does make a very disciplined check back. Saves himself a lot of chips there.
Safe check.
Wowee. Martirosyan, spidey sense was tingling. Danger.
Martirosyan probably thought his 10 of clubs was good most of the time, but he didn't want to risk the check raise.
Right.
And he thought a lot of his weaker hands his opponent could have would fold anyway, and he doesn't get a lot of value from the hands that he could beat.
Atlas Go on Twitch asks, if Titani and Martirosyan go heads up, can we change the title of the stream to Seth Rogen's long-lost brother and Freddie Mercury's love child get into it heads up in PCA 10K main event? No. Thank you for your question. To be honest, I did look at James when I said that, and he also said no. But he did not thank you for your question. Dab Queen asking, I think I know the answer to this one. Why didn't Nevis bet?
Well, because if Martirosyan didn't have a flush, he would bet there probably a reasonable amount of time. And if he had one of his big clubs, maybe if he had the queen of clubs or king of clubs instead, he would have bet himself for value. But really, the answer is you should be doing both things. Sometimes he's going to need to bet his ace of clubs. Sometimes he's going to need to check his ace of clubs, so that you have to sort of keep your opponents guessing that way. Because if you always bet when you have the ace of clubs, then you don't have any you don't have the nuts ever when you check to him. You need to mix what you're doing in these difficult spots.
Titani and Martirosyan this time. And again, both players have missed. King High has the advantage.
240.
Martirosyan firing pretty big into 360, 240.
Yeah. For a smaller size, and we're definitely going to take one off here with the king of diamonds. But he's going pretty big. Yeah, we still can take one off here. And he is in position with the chip lead. Backdoor nut flush draw.
Deuce of spades on the turn, that backdoor flush draw. Knock, knock.
Well, now Martirosyan picks up his backdoor flush draw, now has a flush draw, and Titani makes a pair of deuces. A little something for everyone on that turn.
$1,080,000.
And he goes for the overbet. The only guy really utilizing these overbet sizings here, very difficult to play against, especially if you're not used to it.
And Martirosyan with another well-played hand.
And every time that I've seen that he's putting the overbet, he has not gotten any action. I don't think anyone has ever called any of his overbets from what I've witnessed.
All right, talk to me about that a little bit. When you're doing something and it's working, do you just keep doing it until it stops working, or do you assume that eventually they're going to catch on?
Well, you also have to sort of line up your hands. Your opponents have to have the right hands to continue with. That certainly wasn't one there. He knew his opponent didn't have a lot of really strong hands in that particular dynamic. He didn't have his big aces, his sets. So it was going to be difficult for him to find hands to call with there. Also, if your opponents aren't sort of used to these sizings, it could be very difficult to adjust with on the fly. generally your overbets are going to be pretty polar to your really strong hands and your really weak hands. But Martirosyan has done a good job with some of these middle strength hands that are value hands and going with overbet sizings as well. I saw him do it with weak 2 pair hands with flushes available on the board.
Tani taking that one down. Pre-flop. We've had some pretty epic 3-handed matches in recent history. 3- and 4-handed. I can't remember exactly which ones, but I know that we've had some 3- and 4-handed matches go 4 or 5 hours till we got to heads up.
Yep, might be in for a long day here. They're still pretty deep. These levels are long. However, these levels go to 45 minutes starting in the next level.
Not next level. No. When they get to 3-handed. Oh, it is 3-handed. Next level. Sorry, Scott. Counting is hard. We got to bring in an analyst and a counter for me. How long have they been 3-handed? I'm just kidding. I'm like Neves versus Martirosyan, top pair for Neves.
Almost the entire level.
Diamond. Martirosyan now with considerably more equity, including a straight draw.
Yeah, picks up a straight draw and a flush draw on the turn. Kings up for Neves. I imagine is going to bet here. That hand certainly needs some protection on this board. And Martirosyan is going to have a decision to make here.
That's right, Carlito. 2 pair, top and bottom pair, not just top pair.
It seems he's got too much equity just to fold this here. We're playing this as a call or a raise. He's going to go up for the call. He's looking for a 10 or a diamond.
Oh, wow.
10 of diamonds.
Got them both. Not quite the straight flush, but a straight and a flush. And man, having 2 pair here really stinks, doesn't it?
And he has the second nut flush with the jack of diamonds here because the king and the queen are out there. We will not be checking back this 4th flush.
Not this time.
Because he has the second nuts this time. It's much stronger than the 10 of clubs in the last one. And he's been utilizing these overbet sizings. I wouldn't be shocked to see him do it here again.
600.
Doesn't go with the overbet. But if he did go for the overbet and got raised, it would be a very easy fold.
Did you say a raise would be a very easy fold?
If he did go for the overbet and then got raised.
Overbet and a raise. Got it. Okay. Yep. Fair enough.
I think we can fold this king 6 here because when Martirosyan calls on the turn, I think he has a diamond here very often or some other sort of value hand that would be more inclined to check back. I think he's probably not going to turn his 2 pair plus hands into bluffs.
There is the fold. And I guess the fact that it's both a straight and a flush that came in also makes it a little easier to fold.
All the draws got there. He called on the turn, so it means on the turn he had some sort of immediate value or a draw. All the draws got there, or he would have shown up with some sort of, pair at a minimum. Unfortunate run out for Ditani. When you flop kings up and goes running diamonds on you.
There goes Neves folding 8-deuce off. Arthur in the small blind. Somehow worse than 8-deuce. Ditani gets a walk with another pretty terrible hand. Look, I used all my cranking on the aces versus kings first hand out of the gate, gang. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes you got to give the cooler machine a break to rejuvenate, you know?
You put them in the wrong people's hands. You should have reversed them if you wanted to get out of here earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to let this play out on its own. I just want action. I don't want to be responsible for who wins or loses.
I want to see people going for it. Not just the aces and kings.
I'm not going to lie. I would like it to be done in time just to be able to go to the PSPC welcome party tonight. But that's still several hours away. I'm going to see if I can borrow Tatani's mustache so I can maybe just have a quiet drink. Blow and Bud asks, who are you looking forward to seeing at the party, Joe? The bartender. Thank you for your question. No, there's a bunch of people that have won Platinum passes over the last 3 years, including the original Platinum 5, who won their passes at Barcelona a way long time ago. Looking forward to seeing them again. A couple of folks won Platinum passes on the Poker in the Ears podcast a couple of weeks ago. Looking forward to seeing them. There's a couple of surprise celebrities coming to play. The PSPC, wouldn't mind saying hello to a couple of those folks.
1,050,000.
$1,050,000. The 3-bet from Nevis over the open from Tatani, and that's going to get through.
Ballsy there. Took a hand that he could have just called when he's second in chips. Potentially was going to play a big pot.
Nevis, first act of King 7 off. Is that a hand you would open sometimes three-handed on the button?
You're less inclined when you're second out of 3 in chips. That's the position that you're sort of handcuffed in. So as the chip leader, you'd be opening it, and probably even as the short stack, you could be opening it. But when you're second in chips, the chip leader can put so much pressure on you that you're going to have to tighten up more than the other two guys.
All right.
I mean, strategically, first and foremost, when you're the second and third place guys are trying to outlast each other.
Sure.
That's their first goal. Get heads up. You're going to be, out-chipped. Worry about winning the tournament at that point. But when you're three-handed here and you're second and third, your goal is to get heads up. Take it one step at a time. Don't worry about winning the tournament right now while we're three-handed. Worry about getting heads up. Because the pay jump getting from 3 to 2 is nearly as much as 2 to 1. As it is.
You can't get to 1 unless you get to 2. Burek on YouTube asks, how does someone get a platinum pass? Is it purchased? Is it awarded? Well, you could be like Mr. Scott Baumstein here, who won an event that had a platinum pass attached to it. That's one way.
I did it the tough way.
The hard way.
I seem to be giving away a lot of passes. I had I won a tournament with hundreds of people in it.
Sometimes there are surprise passes given away. I would say that's probably technically the hardest way to do it, is to be the sort of person that gets a surprise pass. It's a lot more random. And then, of course, there are various contests, initiatives, ways to earn them, leaderboards, participation, free rolls, satellite system, all kinds of ways. All right, we're going to see a flop. Blind on blind. Martirosyan would have needed to connect pretty hard with this flop and has missed about as much as you can. Foul Ent with a question about the big blind ante, as in why does the big blind only have to pay the ante? Something we decided a bunch of years ago, that antes were slowing down the game and every player having to put them in was making things significantly slower. So a decision was made that one player would post the ante for the entire table, and it kind of changes things slightly, but I think overall people agree that the game is just much better.
It's the single greatest, like, nuanced rule change that's happened over the past decade to improve the experience of playing a poker tournament.
There you go. Take it from a guy who won the Platinum Pass the hard way.
I mean, in the olden days, you know, maybe they changed that rule, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. Every person at the table would have to put out chips every hand, you know, put out an ante. And the dealer would have to go around and collect 9 different people's antes, make change every single time. And now we can have just one person doing that. It speeds up the game significantly and creates, you see more hands. You don't have to like pay attention all the time and do this. It's easier on the dealers, and it just creates a much better playing experience.
And also it cuts down on the amount of sort of controversies that, oh, I posted my ante, it was the guy next to me who didn't.
Which is all just part of time. The one difference, though, when we get down to the final table, the antes now are significantly bigger, because if we all paid our own antes, there would only be, you know, 3/8 of an ante right now. But now there's a full ante. So that means there's more chips out in every pot in a final table situation, and because of that, you're incentivized to play more hands and go after more pots, which also creates more action, which makes it probably more enjoyable to play and certainly more fun to watch.
Yeah, very few complaints about the big blind ante system.
But yet, in the beginning, there was blowback to it, which was just like evidence of a status quo bias, because that's how things were done before, so people wanted it to continue doing it that way. But if you looked at things in reverse and said, well, if it was always done by the big blind, would you ever reverse it and say, you know, instead of one person doing it, why don't we break this up into 8 different parts and let's all do this? No, anybody would say that's ridiculous. It's objectively a much better way to do things now.
It's actually pretty funny because I was the poker consultant on a movie back in 2020 called The Card Counter. And I was having them do big blind ante in all of their scenes, and there was an older lady at the table who was a background performer, but she was one of the few people that ever played poker before, and she kept telling the director I was doing it wrong.
Right, because the last time she'd played poker that's how it was done.
The 1980s,
right.
Yeah, so it was a little frustrating telling her. Neves with pocket queens, back to the action here. Three-betting the open from Datani. And as chip leader, King 4 suited. Oh, wait, Martirosyan's still in the big blind.
This can be interesting, because Martirosyan has ace-5 suited, which is the hand to sort of 3-bet and 4-bet bluff with, and that's what he's thinking about. There's so much out there. His sizing could be... Wow, he's got 49 big blinds. He could theoretically might rip it. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of room to make it 2 million and then have to fold, but I guess he could do that too. So he's thinking about making it 2 million, folding, or just potentially even going
folding. Yeah, seems like based on the way you classified those other options, it seems like folding.
It felt like too many chips to have to put in 6 million. If he had like 4.5, you know, 4 million, 4.5 million, maybe he'd be more inclined to ship, but it seemed like a lot of chips at 49 big blinds. He didn't really have enough room to make these small 4-bets. But discipline fold there, because if you're going to pick a bluff hand to do that with, he has the best hand to do that with. The reason why it is the best hand to do that with is because ace-5 suited has good equity against your opponent's really strong hands like jacks and queens and kings, and it also blocks your opponent's having aces and ace-king, which are two of their really strong hands.
I am someone says he never rips WTF. I don't think that's true. I think that may be smaller and
I think he's less inclined to rip because of his stack size here. But I think if he had a little bit less chips, he certainly does rip here sometimes. If he had, you know, 4 to 5 million chips, I think he does probably rip some mix of the time, some percentage of the time. I mean, what do you think he was thinking about if he never rips? I mean, but I think he was just deciding his stack sizes were a little awkward. I mean, he would have preferred to make it 2 million and fold, but that then sort of he'd be getting 2 to 1 on a shove if he was shoved on at that point anyway.
So while we're watching poker, I would like to remind everyone that if you like to play along while you watch poker, late registration still open in the mini PCA main event. It was a 100K guarantee. Prize pool currently at $168,000. And that doesn't include the added value, the EPT satellite tickets or the Monte Carlo package. So there's still time to get involved in the mini PCA main event if you're in part of the global player liquidity pool.
I'm surprised here to see Tatani continue with his limping or completing strategy from out of the small blind. Because of his chip lead, I think we should see maybe a little bit more raising from small to big blind.
Ten, 7, 9, 1 diamond. 360 in the middle. This is an exactly half pot bet from the up and down draw. It is. Tatani has a hand that's never folding.
Yep, they both hit that board pretty well. Tatani with middle pair, backdoor, middle pair, gut shot, backdoor flush draw versus Nevis open-ended.
And even less reason for Tatani to fold now.
Certainly not folding now as he picks up that flush draw on the turn to go along with his straight draw and second pair, which is good here independently, oftentimes. Nevis sort of has his worst hand that has a lot of value with, so it's a good hand to continue to bluff with.
Nevis announcing another bet.
Your bluff hands here, a lot of the time, are going to contain an 8 in them, or maybe a jack. But I think we have a just call here from Tatani. I don't see any point to raise here.
Martirosyan keeping the blood flowing. Trying to twist out some of those nerves as we go to the river with 1.8 million in the middle.
If it's a brick, I think it's a spot we're going to see.
Not a brick. Nevis gets there.
And he gets there in the best possible way for him because it gives his opponent 2 pair. Because if it was a brick, it was probably a pretty decent spot to bluff, to go for that triple barrel when he has his worst hand and blocking the straights. But he gets there now, and his opponent makes 9s and 6s. That's 1.35 million. And this is a tough decision for Tatani. He's beating some of his bluffs might have included some jacks that, you know, the jack part of the straight that didn't get there. The fact that he has 2 diamonds in his hands makes it a little bit more of a fold. The reason is some of his bluffs would have picked up diamonds on the turn, which he's blocking. Still going to be difficult to fold this hand. Looks like he is going to fold it.
I just can't even imagine these spots and how difficult it is not to even just to think about it and not have a knee-jerk reaction.
as far as his value hands go, he has a pretty good combination to actually fold with it. He's blocking turn diamonds, not blocking any of the straight cards. Makes a very good and disciplined fold here.
Another great laydown.
Not an easy fold to make.
Not an easy fold to make, and not an easy fold to like live with, I don't think either, right? It's not just making it, it's just like now you have to think about that at least until the next hand, at least until it pops out of your brain.
But from a theory standpoint, feels pretty sound to fold that particular hand there.
So I would imagine that getting to the point where you know what the theory is a certain hump, and then getting to the point where you can feel good about adhering to the theory is going to be even more difficult to achieve.
Well, that's sort of the concept of playing theoretical, is that, you know, the actual outcome matters less, because if you make these correct decisions long term, they're going to be profitable. And they're going to be right more often than not.
I guess the bigger hump is knowing the theory.
that was still a fantastic fold, theory or not. He had two pair there. The sizing wasn't too big. Showed up with a pretty strong hand there, 9s and 6s. But his opponent there, when he is bluffing flop and turn, does often have those straight cards, often does have the 8 in his hand.
Tatani opening king, queen, ace 4 for Martirosyan.
1 minute.
And he is going to re-raise out of the big blind. SJ asking, who is the commentator? I am Joe Stapleton. He is Scott Baumstein. I like to call him the king of South Florida poker. And Tatani, with all those chips and position and a pretty strong starting hand, is going to call the re-raise.
Yep, we saw an open from king, queen on the button. And a good hand to squeeze with the ace 4. Not suited, but still. Ace 4 and king, queen too strong to fold in position.
Queen in the window. Top pair. Very good kicker for Tatani. Martirosyan has more or less whiffed this.
I think that board favors the buttons range more than the big blinds range. It's going to be opening and then defending a lot of those hands that hit the 9, 10, jack, queen, king range, the Broadway cards. Goes very small here, 20% pot. Less than that. Yeah, about 20%.
So if you're Tatani, how do you feel about this bet? Are you, happy just to call, or are you?
He can certainly. I think he's going to do a lot of calling, but he's going to mix in some raises.
That raise is a big raise for all of it, and Martirosyan ditches it.
I like raising there, and the reason why we're going to raise there is because you need to find some hands to raise with. And he's not going to have a lot of his ace-queens, because a lot of his ace-queens is going to play as a 4-bet pre-flop. So it's sort of his best queen that he shows up to the flop with when he just calls. And so because of that, we can use that hand as a raise in the flop. However, I don't like that sizing of just going all in. You don't keep in any of your opponent's bluffs. You know, maybe even make your opponent fold some of his 9 that, you know, that he 3-bet with pre-flop. You're only getting some of his weaker queens to fold, and I'm not sure how many weaker queens are going to be 3-betting. He's just going to get called when he's up against ace, queen, aces, and kings.
Moving on to the next hand, which is ace-jack suited for Nevis. Ace-deuce suited for Martirosyan, and again...
Martirosyan's in a spot where he can certainly be 3-betting out of the small blind with the suited wheel ace here.
Exactly.
And that's because it's going to be difficult to play out of position as a call here. This is a very good hand to be 3-betting with, but he's a little bit of an awkward stack size. He's got 35 big blinds here to start the hand. Going all in would be too many chips. but he's going big sizing to 3-bet and then fold to a shove. And I do think he is going to be shoved on here. Ace-Jack suited way too strong here. Never folding. His option to call or go all in. I think he probably just goes all in with it. Even though your opponent sort of plays relatively perfectly against this shove.
There's the shove. There's the fold.
When I say plays perfectly against it, I mean his opponent, you know, you're going to just fold out the, you know, the hands that you can beat and get called by the hands that you beat when you have ace-jack there. Nonetheless, there's a lot out there. Ace-jack suited, a really strong hand.
Luis Souza gets in touch on Twitter to say, not sure if this is the place for stats. Stapes, check out EPT Barcelona main event. The last 6 in 2019 and 18 with 2 Portuguese back-to-back were due a win. Thank you, Luis.
Now, with that last pot, Martirosyan's down to 28 big blinds. We're down to the last couple hands on the level. Blinds are going to go up, and that means he's going to be in the danger zone.
Martirosyan opening 10-7 suited. Been getting beat up the last couple of hands. Neves with a king and a 4. Wow.
Okay.
Neves not defending, but aggressing.
I like that hand that he chose to do it with. King 4 has good value, but not great playability post-flop.
Sure, yeah.
So he makes it an amount that sort of forces his opponent on that particular stack size to sort of go a lot of the time he'll go all in or fold.
And this is probably going to be the last hand of the level. And Titani with an ace on the button.
Now, as Martirosyan under 3 million chips, Neves is not going to want to get out of line here at all.
Right.
6 seconds left on the level. The scramble has started. And I think they're going. I don't know. What's the actual rule on that? Is it the scramble?
I thought it was the
shuffle?
the
the riffle?
riffle.
Okay. Then they are going on break. So we're going to take a little break here, but the PCA mini main event, something you can check out in the meantime.
Getting unlucky.
And during the break, we're going to check out some highlights from a past PCA. Dominic Panka's epic win against Mike McDonald at the time was probably the longest final table in recorded history. It was a doozy, so stick around for that. Artur Martirosyan, when we get back, we'll have fewer than 20 big blinds. At the moment, it's looking like a 2-horse race, and both of them horses are from Portugal. Pedro Neves, second in chips. Michel Titani first. We're taking a 17-minute break. Highlights, and then more PCA when we return.
Blinds are now 25 and 50. King 10 for Dominic Panka.
You know, this Panka kid may in fact be the early stages of Skynet.
He raises from under the gun +2, makes it 115,000.
Action folded around to Mike McDonald in the small blind. Pocket nines.
Mike probably doesn't want to play a huge pot with nines super deep and out of position.
He just calls. He folds.
August 4th, 1997, Skynet goes online.
The flop is queen, queen 5. Mike still ahead.
Dry flop. So dry.
Mike checks to the pre-flop aggressor.
Panka's got the perfect hand to barrel with. It's one of the worst hands he can have in this spot, and there's a pretty good shot his pair outs are good.
That's a continuation bet of 140,000. And it's a bet that Mike calls.
Skynet begins to learn at a geometric rate.
The turn card, the 7 of diamonds. Mike checks a second time.
It becomes self-aware at 2:14 a.m. Eastern Time, August 9th.
Panka set to bet again with just king high. 255,000.
Timex right to be suspicious. Can he really have a queen? Can he? Nah.
Mike calls again. More than $1 million in the pot now. Jack of diamonds on the river.
If Skynet can find another barrel here, this could be a potentially very scary card for Mike McDonald.
He checks for a third time.
In a panic, they try to pull the plug. Skynet fights back.
Looks like Panka will bet again.
It's his only shot at winning this hand.
He bluffs 575,000.
It's a great bluff. This should get Mike to fold any hand that's worse than a pair of jacks.
And Mike does fold the best hand. The bluff gets through.
This kid is relentless, and he is right.
So here we go. 6-handed action at this final table. Folded around to Daniel Gamez. He's on the button with ace-5.
Take as long as you want, Daniel Gamez. I'm just going to check out the rail.
I knew you had a thing for Bryn Kenny.
Guilty.
Gamez eventually raises. Makes it 300,000. Pocket tens for Dominic Panka in the small blind.
And that was a big raise. He's probably not raising so big with a stellar hand. Maybe, though.
Panka just calls. Sham Srinivasan in the big blind has pocket jacks.
That big raise and call has put a lot of chips in the middle for Sham to be pretty happy to win this without a flop.
All in.
Sham shoves. Gets a quick fold from Gamez.
Panka's got a call.
Call.
He does call. And he's crushed.
Come on, one-time hold, man. Jacks against tens. I got the jacks.
Sham officially the player at risk here.
But it's Srinivasan domination.
27 blinds. I knew he had a pair in the small blind. That's why I jammed. I knew it. I knew he had like 9s, 8s. So I split it in. Hold. Just hold.
You know what? I knew he knew it.
Srinivasan set to double up to 5.7 million. Dominic Panka set to lose 40% of his chips. But there's a 10 in the door!
Ouch.
And it's like, it's a shot. Like, for really? For $2 million bucks? Really?
Yes. Really?
I mean, it's 1.8 million, but I get your point.
Srinivasan now has 1 foot out the door. He needs a jack on the river to survive.
A lot going on in there. I think I like this Panka kid.
It's a queen. Sham Srinivasan eliminated in 6th place.
In absolutely brutal fashion.
Just can't believe it. Off. Off. Son real, man.
At least he's handling it well.
All in.
And Mush shoves!
Call.
And Panka snap calls, the former chip leader at risk.
Good luck. Good luck.
He didn't believe Panka. Now he's praying to the poker gods for mercy.
There's a 10 and a king.
It's Murphy's Law, I guess.
Madis Mur now a 76% favorite to be eliminated. He needs a queen or a 10 on the river. It's a 9. Mur is out.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck.
Dominic Panker up to 14 million as we go three-handed. Mattis Murr, chip leader at the start of this final table, out in fourth for $581,000. So still $100,000 and the trophy to play for. This has been a pretty epic final table. Blinds are now 60-120, and we are sweating with chip leader Dominic Panker.
I like this kid's style. I like the way he plays. I like his tiny little teeth. Let's do this.
Queen 10 offsuit. He raises the button, makes it 250,000, gets a fold from Baron. It's Mike's big blind.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nobody said we were going to have to play against Mike McDonald.
Mike calls.
I even like Dominic's direct-to-video sunglasses.
The flop, 6-5 deuce with two clubs.
Well, we whiffed, but sometimes that's the best time to continue.
Mike checks. Dominic is going to continue for 280,000.
And Mike would defend his big blind pretty wide, so he'd have to call with any piece of this.
There's the call. Nearly 1.2 million in the middle. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
I was hoping the board would come something scary we could make a bluff at, or, you know, just hit one of our pairs.
Check, check. Queen of diamonds on the river. Top pair for Panker.
Cool.
Mike checks for a third time.
I think we have to value bet. Could easily get called by a worse pair. Or am I sabotaging us because I kind of want Mike to be the first two-time champion? JK, I still think we should bet.
Panker counting out a bet. The grey chip's worth 100,000 each. That is 785k total.
That is a pretty meaty bet. And this is going to be a Mo Better Meaty Meat raise.
Wow. Mike check raises to 2.5 million.
You're good. Very good.
I was going to say we should say that.
Why did you raise it so much?
All we can really beat is Mike turning a pair into a bluff or a missed flush draw.
Panker folds. Mike had deuces. He flopped a set.
Did you have it, Mike?
I'm sorry, Dom. I don't remember.
And blinds up again. 8160 with a 20k ante. Panker, ace-9 suited on the button, raises. Isaac Baron with king-queen in the small blind.
All in or fold.
I'm all in.
He elects for the former option. Mike folds the big blind. And Panker calls.
Baron shoved knowing he was ahead of Panker's opening range. Panker called knowing he was ahead of Baron's shoving range.
Isaac, a 6-4 underdog. And it's his tournament life that's on the line here.
Baron looking to see some paint.
And Panker flops him dead.
That's pretty decisive.
Nut flush.
Great game. Great game, man. Yeah, for sure.
Always a pleasure.
Isaac Baron out in third.
Sure, the story's the next PCA champion, but hoorah for Isaac Baron, who is off the tour forever, then all of a sudden comes back and binks third for over a mill ball.
So we're down to 2. Both players looking to make history on the tour. Dominic Panker going heads up against Mike McDonald. It's Mike's button. He's first to speak. 10-7. And he raises, makes it 325,000.
Standard raising hand for heads up on the button.
8-9 suited for Dominic.
Call here would be standard as well.
There's the call.
This is what happens. Heads up, ranges are blown wide open like somebody left the gas on too long and then lit the pilot light.
A 10-9-5 flop. Second pair for Panker, top pair for McDonald. Action's been checked to him.
Panker's checking to the razor, but I would imagine he's not folding to one bet.
Well, Mike's C-bet is 350,000.
You can certainly understand him calling here.
Well, those aren't calling chips. Panker check raises to $1 million.
Less understandable. This check raise is mostly only going to fold out worse hands. It's probably okay if he knows Mike has a draw, but even then, it's probably better just to call.
Mike calls the raise. And we go to the turn. which is the 6 of diamonds. Both players now with straight draws. Mike's still ahead, an 89% favorite.
Once Dominic raises the flop, he probably feels as if he needs to continue here. Kind of like when you tell your partner a lie and then you get called on it, but you got to stick with it.
That's a bet of 1.4 million.
And like most suspicious partners, Mike is not falling for it.
McDonald calls. 5.5 million in the pot. The river is an 8. That gives Mike a straight. It gives Panka 2 pair.
That card hits Panka, but in his mind, it could have hit Mike even harder.
Panka checks.
Mike should be value betting this.
He checks behind.
Interesting check back. Maybe just wants to see Panka's hand, catch him, make him admit the truth.
And that will bring about a change in the chip lead. Mike McDonald now has the lead with 16.4 million. Mike has picked up pocket 8s on the button. He raises to 400k. 10-7 offsuit for Panka in the big blind.
Again, this would be a very common hand to call and defend the big blind with.
Panka, not a fan of this calling business. He raises. It's a 3-bet to 1.2 million.
Ambitious 3-bet. Don't think it's going to get a fold. If they were shorter, Mike might shove, but they're still deeper than a Lars von Trier film.
Mike calls. He doesn't have the betting lead, but he has the best hand and he's in position. And he flops quads.
Dominic Panka, about to fire dead like a zombie Alan Sugar.
Oh, that is an image I need to remove from my brain.
Did you say brains?
Panka continues for 900,000.
I'd say this is a dream spot for Mike McDonald, but most of us don't even have dreams this good. I'm banking on a smooth call from a smooth operator.
Sure enough, just a call. Better part of 4.3 million in the pot. 4 of diamonds on the turn gives Panka a no good flush draw. He now slows down. He checks.
Maybe Panka's giving up. I don't mind it in general, and I love it here. With this board texture and Mike calling the flop, he's going to be pretty strong most of the time.
Mike bets 1.8 million. And gets a fold.
Show the quads. Come on, show it. It's good for the game. It's good for the game. All right, fine, don't.
Mike McDonald now has more than a 2-1 chip lead over Dominic Panka.
Panka starting to tanka.
It's his button. And the Polish qualifier looks down at pocket 9s. Should point out that Mike also won his seat online. In fact, he was the first player to qualify for this year's PCA main event. King Jack in the big blind, facing a raise to 400,000. Mike responds with a 3-bet.
Dicey 3-bet with stack sizes. If Mike gets shoved on, he's rarely in good shape.
He does get shoved on.
Maybe he was 3-betting to induce a light shove?
Call.
Mike calls! It's a race, and if Mike wins this flip, he'll win the PCA main event and become the first player with 2 EPT titles.
Good luck.
Good luck.
King Jack runs down 9s. It is over.
9s holding on the flop.
Cringy flop for King Jack.
Panka the big favorite now.
That would finally be true.
We know Panka runs real good in races. He flips like a Romanian gymnast.
Mike McDonald has 6 outs.
King for the sweat.
If it's a king or a jack on the river, McDonald has done the double. It's a deuce. Panka doubles up and takes the chip lead.
And it starts all over again.
So close, yet so far. Right now, Dominic Panka has a big chip lead over Mike McDonald. He's first to speak. He has ace-deuce.
Pretty good hand, heads up.
Here comes the raise. $500,000. Mike has 7-4 suited.
Definitely a hand he can call with, even though he's short. He can most certainly see a flop with this hand if he likes.
All in.
McDonald shoves!
Or he can see all 5 cards, maybe.
Can't please, but...
I think this would actually be a loose call, given what Mike's shoving range should be. His range is mostly better aces and pairs. Ace-deuce not doing well against those hands.
Call. Call.
Panka calls!
Sorry, I didn't mean to...
Pardon me?
Didn't mean to slow
No,
down.
no, that's perfectly fine.
This could be it. It's pretty much a flip. And if Panka wins, he is the 2014 PCA champion.
Come on, you better be a lucky dealer.
Technically, it'll be lucky for someone.
Jack 5 deuce. Panka now a 3-1 favorite.
Big whip for Mikey. Lump in throat time.
McDonald looking for a 7 or a 4. There's a 7!
7 of hearts.
Well played.
No joking. Do something better.
Play on, players.
Do something better.
Mike set for a double up unless the river card is an ace or a deuce.
Deuce.
It's an ace! Dominic Panka is the first ever Polish winner on the tour.
Congrats, Dominic, but I am just gutted for Mike McDonald.
And Panka now #1 on Poland's all-time money list.
Really sick start to this kid's career. Handled himself like he's been there dozens of times before.
Welcome back to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. It's final table day in the 10K main event with 3 players remaining. Millions of dollars on the line, plus the trophy, plus the glory of being a PCA champion. Michel Detani returns from break as the chip leader with 13.3 million. Pedro Neves playing 10.4 million. Artem Martirosyan down to 3 million, 2.9. which is a 19 big blind stack as we continue the action at the 100,000, 150,000 blind level with a 150K big blind ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
We're here, three-handed, let's go.
And this is what we are playing for. 677K to the next player out, $1 million going to the runner-up, and 1.5 million going to the winner. And I think I'm right in saying, Joe will correct me if I'm wrong, no deal discussions yet. No one floating the idea of looking at the numbers.
No, unless it happened like, not that the deal would happen off the stage, but unless they kind of talked about it for a second off stage, no discussion.
I think, Nick, should Martirosyan go out in 3rd place, and I'm not saying he can't make a comeback. He's got 20 bigs. It's not like he's in the danger zone, but if Martirosyan were to go out, and we know Detani and Neves, both Portuguese players, both clearly know each other, then maybe they'll look at whether they can even out the 500K difference between 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, sure. It's an absolutely massive jump, especially when you consider that the buy-in for this event was 10K. I say just 10K, but I say just 10K in the context of a 500K jump is pretty significant. And I just wonder if the fact that they've already cleared $1 million, being such a sort of milestone number in terms of winning something like that in a poker tournament, whether that's enough for them to go, $1 million is going to change my life no matter what. Why don't we give them a show and play for the full 500?
That's true, and that's a good point. And just 10K is the right way to look at it, bearing in mind that we have got a poker tournament starting tomorrow, which is a 25K. I do want to highlight once again that the PokerStars Players Championship is finally here. We have been waiting for this since August of 2019. That's when we announced it. And now, more than 400 Platinum Pass winners are in the Bahamas. I know that because I see them every time I want to go to the bathroom. They want selfies. They want to say hello. Bless them. Great to have them here. They're going to have welcome drinks this evening. They're going to take to the tables tomorrow, compete against the pros in this unique tournament, which is likely to have a first prize in the region of $5 million. And we will be streaming all 5 days live on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels.
What do you think the number of Platinum Pass winners who absolutely destroy their chances tomorrow at the party tonight is?
I would like to think None. I would like to think that they are sensible enough to just have maybe 1 or 2 drinks, get to bed at a decent hour. This is a 25K. Why on earth?
It's a 0K for them.
I was going to say, I love what you're saying, James. I'm with you until they meet the tornado that is Joe and Nick and James, right? Like, we're going to show them a good time, right?
We might not make it to the party if this final table goes the distance. And one thing I would highlight is there's still a lot of chips in play. We are now playing 45-minute levels. That does change the dynamic slightly. But if you're interested in what the widget says...
Oh, yeah, sure. I like the widget.
We should have a winner in either level 35 or level 36. And this is only level 31.
Yee!
Now...
Shorter levels now, though.
I would say once we get short-handed, and certainly once we get heads up, the widget becomes more a guide of how far can this go before everyone runs out of chips, rather than where will it end, because, as we know, chip disparity, card distribution becomes a much bigger factor. It's more about what could happen rather than what should happen.
10 points?
Or will happen.
4, okay. 13.3.
Tora Boroman on YouTube asks, can you play these tournaments from the USA? No, you have to be in the Bahamas. Thank you for your question.
And again, if you're asking about the Mini PCA series, which includes the Mini PSPC, same answer in the sense that no, you can't play them from the USA, but you don't have to be in the Bahamas. You just have to be in a territory where PokerStars is offering real money gaming and offering these particular MTTs.
We in the chat makes a good point. Arlie should have landed by now. Okay, well, the chances of people actually making it to the 25K decreasing every time we get another one of those arriving. JK, we're going to a flop, guys. 10-8 suited. Does manage to make top pair here. Shark in the chat says, when is EPT going to the EU again? Our next stop will be Paris for the first time. And that is happening about a week and a bit after we land and return from the Bahamas. So it's coming up really, really sharpish. Jack of clubs on the turn here. Now top pair for Datani.
600.
Neves is going to continue, though, and I dig it. I feel like this is definitely a continue, despite the fact that Datani has managed to find one of his 6 overcards going to the turn. So we're on the river now. Deuce of hearts.
Do you check this back, Nick, and take the free showdown with a pair of 8s?
Yeah, I think I probably do. And yeah, you're going to be outkicked some of the time, even if you do have the best pair, or a pair, the same pair as the 8. The Deuce of Hearts obviously also completes a straight draw as well. But I think for the most part, Neves just plays his hand very, very standardly there. Lots of reasons to bet the turn. I know it comes to scare card, but you're also going to get looked up by some, you should get looked up by some worse pairs on the turn when you continue. You should also obviously still be getting value from the straight draws and the flush draws. You know, the Jack, although it does represent an overcard, will very frequently be a brick for your opponent where they have some of those combinations that I just described. Three-handed, James. This is where the real poker is played. I've always said that.
The Real Oak asking if there's ever been an EPT in Germany, and Raksha pointing out yes, and I believe James has some interesting stories. Not going to tell those stories now, but yes, there was an EPT in Dortmund. There's a story behind that one.
Oh, yes.
And there was an EPT in Berlin, and there's a story behind that one as well.
Oh, yes.
$525.
525. All right, so there was a limb from Ditani, the ace-10 of spades. Going to put in the raise. Like it a lot. It's on the chunkier side here, but of course these guys are playing about 58 big blinds effective, so of course you're going to want to have bigger ISOs. As you get shallower, obviously, your ISO size is going to represent an increasingly large percentage of the total stack. Ditani. Determined to put in the bluff limp raise with 8-3 off. The absolute polarization of it, James. I mean, he's going, okay, I'm going to do this with aces, and I'm literally going to do it with like 7 deuce off, 8-3 off, and I'm here for it.
Oh.
Neves says call, and we are going to the flop. One player has ace-10 suited in position.
Oh, no.
The other player is out of position with 8-3 offsuit.
This is some serious, serious business. We're going to the flop.
Which is ace-king 5. Ditani, shut down. Stop. Although, a 4 on the turn. Something like that would be a funky sweat card.
Oh man, honestly, I mean, I think the only way Ditani wins this is if he absolutely convinces Neves he's sitting here with ace, king, king, aces, and it's pretty tricky. $700,000 into a pot of 2.95.
I mean, three-handed, you're not going to be folding flops with top pair.
The only thing that makes this a bit weird, James, is of course it was limp raised. And as I sort of alluded to, it's going to be ridiculously strong, and then you're going to have a bunch of weird stuff like this, I suppose, once in a while, like at a very low frequency. So, you know, you're feeling confident about ace-10 here, three-handed, as you say. You're not going to be folding the flop. Absolutely no chance. But that it does not completely preclude Ditani from legitimately representing a monster here and getting ace-10 to fold. But it's tough.
Well, let's see what happens on the turn. Jack of hearts.
I mean, if Ditani really wanted to sell it, having the 3 of hearts or the 8 of hearts might convince him to put in a second barrel here. Quick check, though, from Ditani, as expected.
$1.1.
And now Neves takes over the betting, 1.1 million into 4.35 million. So that is going to even things. 81 big blinds for Michel Ditani, 76 big blinds for Pedro Neves. Both players over 10 million. Artem Martirosyan playing less than 3 million. A sub-20 big blind stack. We are at the 100,000, 150,000 blind level. This is level 31 of the main event. Neves shoving on Martirosyan from the big blind. And if there's one thing I don't like, Nick, it's casual accusations of foul play being thrown around by people who don't know what they're talking about.
I mean, surely not. Where on earth would you find such people, James?
From your perspective, be 100% honest, does that just look like kind of an attempt by Datani, right? That was just creative play to try and win a pot, and obviously gave up on the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's probably some individuals who could justifiably tell you that you are like legit supposed to be doing that with the very top of your range and the very bottom of your range. Honestly, I don't know what that exact range looks like, but yeah, I think it's a bit outrageous, guys in the chat. You guys are misrepresenting Twitch, and I'm always trying to convince James that Twitch is super, super cool. You guys got to be cool when he's here. Martirosyan coming in for a limp in the SB. Datani obviously going to be tempted to be more aggressive when there's limbs. Queen 4 of hearts, though, is a fantastic one just to check back and just take a flop. Has plenty of playability. And Martirosyan, despite going for a bit of a trap here with the King Jack, expecting a lot of aggressive all-ins or raises from Datani, puts himself in a bit of a precarious situation. And on the turn, Queen High flush now for Datani. Yeah, I think you got to have a bet here, James. You're not feeling like your opponent's going to give you a ton of money here, but if you don't bet the turn, you're not going to get value from the random hearts that might still go for a heart on the river. You're not going to get value from the straight draws. You're not going to get value from the turned pairs, maybe some trap top pairs in the flop, although that's not really the meta. Bets the turn, and unfortunately, no action from what is a very, very strong holding.
So we've got Pedro Marques, a former EPT finalist, on the rail. The Portuguese poker community very excited to see two of their guys, albeit from rival camps, at this final table. If they get heads up, I would point out that 2% of the starting field was Portuguese. 100% of the heads-up players will be Portuguese.
You know
but,
how much you have.
as I said a short while ago, not discounting Martirosyan.
I think we both have like
Yeah, I mean, Martirosyan just such a force.
Yeah, I'm 11.8.
Yeah, I have 12 points something.
Okay, so Datani flopping best here, pairing his 7. Bet of 300,000.
It's a bit of a weird one, James. I feel like, you could probably justify floating here because your opponent will bet this flop as a bluff a lot given the pre-flop action. You do have the ace of clubs, which is pretty significant, but
yeah,
I mean, it's one of those situations where I know a lot of you guys are being silly in the chat, but at the end of the day, they also want to eliminate the guy who's a short stack so they can ladder a very significant amount as well. So it's what a friend of mine once called implied collusion. And then that's not to say there's any actual foul play happening. It's just the sense that when you're on a final table, it is advantageous for players to be eliminated, and therefore targeting them as short stacks and avoiding getting in big pots with other big stacks is going to be something you're going to want to do. And that's just part of the tournament dynamic, the final table dynamic.
Datani with kings. And it's raise and take it.
Just no action whatsoever. That's a shame. Martirosyan obviously being so far.
And now in the background, I can see the other Marques, Andre Marques, the part-time fisherman.
The PT fisherman himself. Yeah, that's a spot where I think, given the disparity in chips, James, you're gonna get some action with the kings because he's gonna defend as he's appropriately supposed to, and of course he's gonna be shoving a lot as well. Not afraid to take some risks to try and find a double.
Andre Marques was the WCOOP 2020 main event champion. He's had some huge scores live and online, but still goes out on that trawler at least 3 times a week. Nobody loves it more.
I love this bit. So good. PT Fisherman's such a beast.
1.1. 1.1. Yeah.
Tatani not messing around here, putting in the 3-bet versus that button open with the ace-queen off. Seems good. And look at the size as well here, guys. So the initial was 3. He's going to make it 1.1. So a little bit shy of a 4x 3-bet, which you're going to want to do when you're deeper like this.
Yeah. Just to quickly answer Zygote's question, did any of these 3 already win a big tournament? Yes, that player is Artur Martirosyan. He is a former EPT champion, won Sochi in 2021. Also won a Super High Roller Bowl event, won a 25K High Roller at EPT Barcelona. He won 2 WCOOP events in one night, and he's only 25 years old. Martirosyan has strawberries. 5-4. He's folded. 9 deuce off for Tatani. Well, if you're going to play 8-3, you've got to play 9 deuce.
Yeah, these learning these spots, these small blind versus big blind spots, and also, more importantly, the way that it changes when you're on a final table with the ICM considerations is really, 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 really important. Tatani thinks 9 deuce off is fine, and look at the flop.
That's a pretty good flop for 9 deuce.
I mean, when you're going to play 9 deuce, there's a handful of flops you want to see. 9 deuce tray rainbow, pretty good. It's definitely up there.
7 of clubs on the turn. Still nothing for Neves, who is now drawing dead.
Knew it was coming, James.
Leonardo asks, what is Arthur's name on PokerStars? He is Mar Arthur 1.
Yeah, name we see a lot around Scoop time, around WCOOP time. Obviously, the boys in the booth right now doing a lot of coverage for those kinds of events.
Tatani, meanwhile, is known as Freelancers.
1.8.
And plays from Brazil.
No.
Portugal, not part of the global player pool
yeah.
on Stars.
Was this?
Yeah.
1.875.
Yeah.
And for those of you interested, Artur Martirosyan currently lives in Mexico, Playa del Carmen.
Tatani on the button with a very playable hand here. King 4 of hearts.
All in.
And finally pulling the trigger. This is one of the spots I was making reference to just now. As the by far shortest stack, ace-9 slam dunk Chippy V push there. No sweat whatsoever.
Boa camisa.
Froyo has spotted the Tatani Daytona. Complemented by the white bracelet on his other arm.
Okay, he doesn't need much to push here, James. Oh my days, is that enough?
Funny song.
Yeah, the problem is
Kind of.
you want to get value off this hand though, right? And
I check.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was gonna. I know he put the call on before we were chatting, but I was saying if he's gonna trap with hands like King Jack off in this seat, he's gonna put kings in there as well. Given he is actually slightly deeper than he was just now, but This is an action board. Detani doesn't have a ton of it, but I think probably you want to come out firing on these textures because you will have tons of bluffs when you limp and then you bet at Queen Jack 8. So just a small continue is probably balanced. Just like your old 1/3. Yeah, there it is, 150. That makes sense. Quick call from the bottom pair.
Detani does not improve on the turn. Martirosyan a 4-1 favorite.
Go big on the turn here, Martirosyan. Go big. 2.13 behind. He's got to size it in a way where he can get the rest on the river. But you do want to really punish the hearts. You do want to really punish the backdoor clubs. You want to really punish the straight draws. And you want to get max from the queens and the jacks here. Wouldn't be surprised for him to go to like 500K. 600, in fact.
And gets a fold from Detani. So Martirosyan chipping up there. Now playing closer to 20 big blinds, just shy of the 3 million mark. Detani still chip leader with 13 million. And still 25 minutes left on this level before the blinds go up to 100, 200.
2.9. $3 million without 25.
It's how much?
3 million without 25.
3 million?
Yeah? No, 2.9 without 25.
1.9?
2.9.
Yeah.
$1.9, $2.9 was $1 million between friends.
Detani, small blind, 7-4 suited. Likely to see another limp here. Yeah, makes the call. Much more playable hand, though, this time than 9 deuce off. Neves might turn the 7-5 suited into a raise versus limp, though, which is really, really interesting. I think the check is also totally cool as well. But obviously, we saw him checking behind the king-jack in the same setup, blind v blind. It's interesting how sometimes the more medium strength the hand becomes, the less likely you want to raise it for fear of being limp raised, like we've seen before. And Detani completely capable of that as well, James.
Yeah. Those of you asking what time we start tomorrow with our live coverage of the PSPC, 12:30 Eastern, which is 6:30 p.m. Central European time. It'll be the same start time every day, apart from the final table on Friday, which will start at 1 p.m. local.
I started playing online and at the local casino, and I enjoy it, and here I am.
So Pedro Neves has every reason to smile. He will be coming into play tomorrow as the biggest stack.
First thing, good card. That's important, and being at the right spot. I tried to do my best in every decision. I didn't obviously do 100% of the decisions right, but the goal is to make my best decision. Maybe I'll win the trophy, maybe not. I'm certain that I'm gonna come here many more times. If it's not this time, will be the next one for sure.
Good to find out a little bit more about Pedro Neves, one of the 2 Portuguese players at this final table. We talked, by the way, about the fact that Detani mostly plays from Brazil on Stars. Martirosyan now lives in Mexico. Pedro Neves lives in Luxembourg. And Martirosyan all in here with Queen 9 suited against Detani's Ace-Jack. Martirosyan shoved small to big and got called. And not too bad a situation to be in, Nick.
Yeah, no.
6-4 underdog.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a very standard shove if you know your shoving range is blind v blind, especially as the shortest stack. And Queen 9 suited, still tons of equity here. 2 live cards and suited. You get a couple more % for that.
Well, Ace High is holding on an 8-4-3 flop. Artur Martirosyan is the at-risk player and needs a queen or a 9.
10 of diamonds. 10 of diamonds is a good one.
Board pairs on the turn. Martirosyan down to 14%. has 6 out, still looking for a queen or a 9 and needs to hit on the river. The river card is an ace. Another appearance from Barry Greenstein, which will send the EPT Sochi champion to the exit. Martirosyan cashing out in 3rd place for $677,400. And we are heads up in the Bahamas. 2 players remain in the main event, both guaranteed at least $1 million. Playing heads up for 500K and the title and trophy. Congratulations to Martirosyan, another great result for one of the best in the game. But Portugal are going to be PCA champions. One of these 2 Portuguese players is going to take down the title. Detani with 100 big blinds, Neves with 70 big blinds. And yes, I would suspect, Nick, they are interested in looking at the numbers.
I was about to bust out my Portuguese skills there, James. I'm pretty sure he said, do you want to do a deal? Sure, let's talk about it. Not the exact translation. Okay, granted, I was paraphrasing somewhat.
So here's a question for you, Nick. When was the last time 2 players from the same country got heads up for a major title?
Oh, why do you always do this to me? James, you're the encyclopedia.
I'm going to give you a clue.
Okay.
You were there.
Okay.
And it was not that long ago.
London.
Correct.
Thank you.
EPT London, Jack Sinclair.
And they were both
in
English. That's right. I knew that one, absolutely. These guys are super jazzed.
So, Detani chatting to Israel. Neves, I think, has got some friends in the arena as well, who he'll probably be chatting with. I love the way Detani is holding Raquel's hand right now.
This is sweet. The look of love.
Yeah, there's Neves' crew. So I think they're asking these guys whether it will be good to do a deal and what kind of deal they should be looking for based on their respective stacks. The clock is paused right now, and anyone unfamiliar with how this works, there will need to be a set aside. They will not be able to chop all the remaining prize money. They are going to have to put aside a decent sum and play for that along with the trophy.
Mas se fizermos acordo, tem que chegar para o troféu e para 150 mil. 150 mil por cento. Mas podemos jogar para 500 mil, acho eu. Para 150 é possível. Ah, não sei se fazer por fora. Sim, mas depois não sei, é o que eu quero.
Okay. Neves is ready.
Yeah.
Looks like he's potentially chatting to his backers.
Not yet.
Oh, Nazar. João Vieira is Pedro Neves' poker coach and is clearly there to advise him.
Ou seja, 2.5 no total.
Ele locava 1,41 e eu locava o restante para 350, 2,10.
What I find fascinating is the prizes are 1.5, 1 million, and the stacks are 15 million, 10 million.
Yeah, quite right. I mean, it's pretty much spot on ICM, right?
So that's why I wonder, is there really a deal to be done here?
I mean, you know, it's
a difference of 5 million chips and a difference of 500K in prize money.
Right. That's very, very unique. And I think if there is a deal, it will probably go outside of the bounds of, you know, just looking at the numbers, so to speak, James. I feel like it's probably going to just be based on the fact they know there's going to be a hell of a lot of variance involved heads up, and they're going to try and flatten that out if that's what they wanted to have a discussion about now.
I should highlight, by the way, that neither player has said yet whether they're interested in doing a deal. They're asking their respective rails whether they should do a deal. Then they have to discuss with each other whether they want to do a deal, and only then will the tournament staff potentially facilitate a deal.
to the individual who says there's no ICM heads up. Yes, I'm aware. We're making reference to the value of the chips as they pertain to the total prize pool, sir. Fear not. Thank you for your contribution.
So if you missed it, Martirosyan was just dispatched in 3rd place. He cashed out for 677K. We are heads up in the PCA main event. Michel Detani versus Pedro Neves, 2 Portuguese players competing for the title. Right now, the advertised sums are $1 million for the runner-up and $1.5 million for the winner. But there is the prospect, there is potential for a deal to be done.
Hadouken says Chat Pro Saturday was yesterday, right? Exactly, so watch it.
Já vou jogar para muito na mesma. É normal, não é? Tipo, assim, jogamos para 150, não é? Temos de jogar para 150, não é?
Podemos jogar, a menos que tu não queiras, mas acho que podemos jogar, não?
Não, quero jogar, quero jogar para... Quero jogar a sério.
Não, é isso. Tipo, eu estou a jogar a sério na mesma, que tu é bonito.
Claro.
É? Fica, eu estava a dizer, se não quiser, imagina, 150 eu acho que podemos jogar, está-se bem, não é? Tipo, se fosse muito, estava...
150 já locado 1,2.
Sim, é isso. Exato. Acho que sim.
Mas se fosse muito mais aqui, tratavam por fora.
Era o que eu estava a dizer, mas acho que para 150 não dá. Isso é jogar.
Para dar alguma pica, senão também não dá.
Exato.
Vai ficar chateado também.
Sim, é isso, tipo, está tudo...
Não vou ficar chateado. Eu vou levantar o troféu.
Still not 100% sure if they actually want to do a deal yet.
Okay, let me try and translate here, guys. Detani's saying, so what club are we going to later?
Para dividir a meia, 165. Estas contas dá 141 e tu ficas com mais. Ele dá 34.
Eu fico com...
No, I don't want to go to that one. I want to go to the one next door. God, we're going to be so rich after this.
There's only one club worth going to, and that's the Bond-themed club, Bond.
When we discover they've actually already made the deal, James, this is just them having a chat, having a good time, trying to plan their evening.
Sim, porque eu nem contei as fichas, nem vi nada, só que lá está tudo, nem tenho telemóvel, não é? Mas, já.
Queres fazer um break?
Se quiseres.
Blue says, bring in the translation widget,
Can we
please.
make a break?
Can we do a quick break? Or? Yeah, we can, yeah. We can discuss, we already discussed.
Yeah.
It's already discussed, but after doing the deal, can we do a quick break?
Yeah, we're going to do it.
Discuss the deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll talk about break.
Okay.
Nice work, Paul Jackson. Excellently handled there.
So they do want to discuss a deal. That will necessitate the presence of tournament director Toby Stone. He'll be armed with his trusty laptop. He has a widget of his own.
That was right after all, James. They already agreed the deal. They just wanted to have a break.
Se calhar pergunta ao Neves se quer, começamos a enfardar enquanto jogamos.
30 e tal.
Não, que senão esta gente vai toda recambiada. Tudo expulso da Polarize, tudo. E eu também, que agora também estou de pé. Não me preocupe. O briga que é... Vai dar mais ou menos um 209 para mim. 171 para ele. E depois jogamos para 150 mil.
Não é zero. Eu não vou dormir. Não dormimos no quarto, porque ele não está lá hoje. Vais dormir para a porqueira.
10.8 a 150 e depois sobe para 200. 10.8 são 40, 60, 65 para aí.
Oh, here we go. Here comes Toby.
He'll sort it out. Official laptop time.
Michel.
Hi guys. So just a couple of things. First of all, you must play for 10% of remaining. And now that's 50,000 because you're both guaranteed 1 million for second. 50,000 is what 10% of remaining. So you're both guaranteed 1 million.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can play for more if you choose, but the minimum would be 50,000. Yeah. So just check your chip stacks. That should be your correct chip stacks here. Michael, sorry, Pedro, 10,850. Michel, 15,825. And Chip chop ICM is the same with 2 anyway, so these are your amounts. Okay. This is with playing for 50,000 already, and then the winner will take 50. If you choose to play for more, I can put that number in, and it's going to change this.
Yeah.
So that's up to you.
No, 50 is okay.
And
Ganhas sempre mais, não
Yeah.
Mas também. Eu quero outro troféu.
Yeah, eu também estou pelo troféu. Okay, that's fine. We
You're
are
okay with
with
that?
the numbers. Yeah.
okay, cool. All right then. Yeah.
Is that it?
There you go.
I think Toby was surprised that James.
So no going back
have
to the
one?
rail, no trying to get an extra 50k. I've got an edge heads up. My mum's a multi-billionaire.
My family's worth 30 million.
1 minute.
Isto agora vai ser.
I guess that's it, guys. And we can see the numbers on screen. So Pedro Neves gets 1,183,000, and I think it was 1.26 million
Looked like
for
it.
Michel Detani.
Something like that.
And then they'll play for 50k in the trophy.
Ah, já está a dar. Eu marquei jantar para as 9h30, ainda é super cedo. São. São 5 e 10.
Honestly, can we get a reaction of Toby just going, okay, great. I'm not sure what to do now. Incredible stuff.
6 vezes no torneio.
Já tive, há bocado tive mais pegadas. Ele falou, chuva máxima que tinha veiculado. O que é que tinhas aí naquela que eu fiz limpo tribete?
Às 10 chute.
Às 10?
E tu?
8 terno off.
Yeah, so I've got verification on the numbers, guys. Pedro Neves
Não estava à espera.
will have locked up $1,183,037. Michel Detani, $1,266,963, and they will play for 50k.
Só joga para 50. E é 1-2-6-6, 1-1-8-9.
So, help me with my math.
Não tenho muitas moedas.
Even if Neves wins, he gets less money?
10.8.
Yes. Whatever happens, Detani will have won
Tenho
more
mais,
money.
mas é mais 20% que ele, não é?
Não. Mais 33% que ele.
Pois, mais 33%.
Where's the human calculator when I need him?
60 é 20, que dá 40. É isso. É 60-40 as fichas, não é? Por isso, basicamente, eu ganho mais 10% que ele. Está a sair de maneira igual. Tipo, imagina, é como se o price pool fosse...
Thank you, Solala on YouTube, who says, I really appreciate them just doing the deal in the open and the tournament staff helping. It's so annoying when they go on a break to make an obvious deal behind the scenes and then pretend they didn't. Deals are a reality in poker. Transparency is important. Don't think for 1 second that any live event, any tour which says we don't allow deals, the deals don't happen. They do. They happen behind the scenes. They're often not sanctioned by the staff. People get screwed over. Nastiness occurs. Once you have the paperwork all signed and sealed and the payouts are agreed, it's the best way of doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Transparency is always better.
Yes.
Let's have a look at this. Then you can have a
Except, of course, if it's like curtains or something. You don't want transparency in those circumstances.
Break, okay?
Okay.
Pedro gets 1.183, and when we played, you get 50, the winner gets 50,000.
Going over the numbers one last time, and then I think they have to sign the paperwork.
We don't have phones.
And then, did I hear that right? They want to take a break?
Where do I sign? Here?
In this field.
Yeah.
So you just want to have a 5-minute break, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So see you back here around...
So, and you get 1.183,037, and if you win, you get 50,000.
Guys, the 10% is 10% remaining. So when you consider that both are guaranteed $1 million, they both locked up second place prize money. The remaining prize money was 500,000. Effectively, it was a heads-up battle for 500k. So 10% of that is 50.
Mas olha que é pesado, não sei se consegues levá-lo.
Deal done. Paperwork signed. And it seems that they have agreed to take a break. I mean, why not? When they return from break, we will play heads up in the Bahamas for the PCA main event trophy, still playing for $50,000. Yes, they've locked up a 7-figure score. 50K is not an insignificant sum. Who here would not take a heads-up battle for 50K seriously?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's still 5x you're buying, guys. Let's not forget that.
So it's done.
Many players played for many, many, many more days and way, way longer hours in order to get anywhere close to a 5x on their money.
I'm not sure because maybe it's...
I think it's going to be a very short break, by the way. We're talking like 5 or 6 minutes, 7 tops.
Yeah, that's true.
So don't go anywhere.
I never made
if you want to see how this plays out, how this concludes, especially if you've been following the action from the start of day 2.
Yeah, it's a quick break. He asked for a break, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to Paris. I already won the seat. So, yeah, okay.
So yes, we will continue the action here at Baha Mar in Nassau. We will play down to a winner in the PCA main event with the PSPC starting tomorrow. And a reminder that the mini PSPC starts tomorrow as well, and registration is open. So a short break for the final 2 players, and then Michel Detani and Pedro Neves will return to the main stage. They will play heads up with the trophy and title on the line, plus $50,000 in additional prize money. We'll recap the terms of the deal when we come back, and we will conclude the PCA 2023 main event. Back inside the next 10 minutes.
This is so disgusting. $1 million difference.
It really is, coming off the back of that, you know, just greater than $200,000 pay jump straight into a heads up for close to $1 million. This really is an absurd structure.
Elke raising with ace-7 of hearts. Lee Jones at the bar, still waiting for service.
They're just shocked by the fact that he didn't order booze. You want what? Do we even have soda?
Well, Khan makes a call pre-flop. It's got a very playable hand, not one that really wants to get 4-bet or can get value from a 3-bet. And a huge flop for Elke. Flops, trips, snap, checks behind.
And of course, Khan has paired his jack. And now picks up the flush draw on the turn.
Well, this is kind of a cooler heads up.
Yeah, Khan looks for a value bet on the turn. Can, of course, get called by some dominated pairs. Something like deuces through 10s that checks back the flop would be sticking around for 1. Occasionally some smaller flush draws as well, or bare flush draws would make the call. But Elke puts in that raise on the turn, having checked back. Here's a double flush draw board as well. Khan would have been looking to get called by some diamonds. His decision now has to come from how often does Elke check back this flop and have a hand that wants to bluff, right? Is it not very easy for something like 9-10 to just c-bet the flop? Do too many of Elke's bluffs just bet the flop? Is checking back and raising the turn always going to be strong? Even if it is, he still has outs to improve to the club, so we see him peel. But he won't like a brick river, or rather a diamond completing river. So if somehow Elke was bluffing with diamonds on the turn, those improved as well. It's a very, very rough spot for Khan at this point. Has to be a check back on the flop and a pure bluff on the turn.
That's 1.1 million. I call.
Elke gets value on the river as Khan calls the 1.1 million. That's going to put some distance between them.
Yes, it sure will. Just the river alone was $1 million, huh?
Yeah, huge pot for Elke. Great start to the heads up.
So he has
James, you were there for this, right?
Correct.
How long do you remember this heads up taking in real life?
I always said to Spraggy, the whole final table was pretty quick. I remember the party outside started at 7 p.m. and we were there for the start of it.
Okay, wow. Considering they started at 5 p.m., that's very, very fast for a final table.
I want to say it was like a 5 or 6 hour final table. Jack 4. And Elke gets a walk.
Just one of the biggest and most top-heavy prizes in tournament poker history, and it's over in 5 hours.
Yeah, but there was a party. There were free drinks.
We spoke about that actually, Joe. Like, might have played into it, right? Because if everybody kind of has to play for first,
right,
then you don't worry too much about the ladders. So even though they did it anyway, disregarded payout jumps, even more so here, it might have actually been closer to correct. Plus, as James points out, there was a party.
Pocket 8s for Elke. Raises to 400k.
He raises, makes it 400,000.
Victor Ramden in the background.
Who we saw actually made a deep run in this event.
Office going all in.
Oh boy.
Whoa, actually.
Yeah, I distinctly remember this. Khan blasts off with 9-3, gets snapped by Elke.
9 of clubs, 3 of hearts.
Oh man, if he manages to catch a 9 here.
This is a near $1 million heads-up match, and Khan is all in with 9-3 offsuit for 6.7 million chips.
Well, surely he must have been very short.
All right, let's go ahead and see the flop.
Negative on the short.
I couldn't explain it then. I can't explain it now.
Flop comes down. Deuce of diamonds.
We've seen some epic punts over the last few weeks. This might be winning the prize.
Still in the lead with his 2-8.
This is right up there at the tippity top. Khan is out of this unless he finds a 9, doesn't on the turn, picks up a straight draw.
It's giving him an open end straight. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He can get. All right. All right. Last card.
The river is a blank, and that will seal the deal for the Elkster. Second place finish in Copenhagen in Season 3. A win at the PCA in Season 4 of the European Poker Tour. He wins the title, the trophy, the $2 million first prize. Hafa Khan, the runner-up, for just shy of 1.1 million.
I can't believe Hafa Khan's brother, Havad Khan, hugged Elke first.
Ship it one time. So sick. Welcome back to the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023, where a deal has been agreed by the final 2 players in the main event. They were meant to be playing for a difference of 500k. They're now playing for 50k because Michel Dattani, the chip leader, has locked up $1,266,963, and Pedro Neves is now guaranteed $1,183,037. And Nick, I think it's fair to say it was a very amicable, completely non-controversial, very run-of-the-mill deal.
Absolutely, just went down, no trouble at all.
So they will continue playing heads up for 50k, for the trophy, for the title. One of these 2 Portuguese pros will be crowned a champion. And there's still a lot of chips in play. 174 of them. 104 bigs for Dattani, 70 bigs for Neves.
Look at those smiles, guys. Absolutely buzzing to be here. What a fantastic spot for both players. What a great moment for Portugal.
Absolutely. A Portuguese champion guaranteed.
Got to give a shout out here to Switch at Twitch. Loving the stream, loving to see 2 Portuguese heads up. We need to shout out to the Portuguese crew in Brighton, UK. I live in Brighton, UK. Where was the Portuguese crew when I was home? Anyway, shout out to the Portuguese crew. Well done, guys. And shout out to all you guys watching from Portugal.
No idea how this heads-up battle is going to run. No idea how long it's going to take to get to a winner. But I would highlight that this is not the conclusion of our live coverage from the Bahamas. Normally, main event final table, main event heads-up battle, that's how we'd wrap. But no, tomorrow is the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship, and all 5 days are going to be streamed on Twitch and YouTube. We are only 5 days in to our 10-day series of streams, Nick.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. I'm so excited to see what's to come. He announces 550 from the big blind. Looks like there was a limp and then a raise. Just to give you guys some context as we go into the heads up here, Michel Detani coming in with about 104 bigs. Pedro with 73, 74, 75, something in that region once we see some chips go in here for the next hand.
Yeah, makes sense.
Guys, I've been spending most of the last 5 days hyping up the mini PCA series, the mini PSPC event. If you go into the PokerStars software, you'll see it in the client.
So we are quite deep stacked here, guys. The effective stack,
yes, we are.
Once the blinds have been put in here, is about 72 big blinds behind Pedro, obviously being the shorter of the two. Not by much, though. So we do see a call from the 6-4 off.
550.
Pocket kings for Detani.
He's had his fair share of pocket kings during this tournament.
Se ganhar com o swap, se calhar ainda ganhas mais. Ah, pois. Se calhar não, mas deve ser ela por ela. Quer dizer, tu só tens 5, eu é que tenho que dar 7,5.
Sink asks, was there a deal? Yes. They have chopped most of the prize money. They're still playing for 50K. Both are guaranteed significantly more than $1 million now. 1.18 million for Neves, 1.26 million for Detani. And whatever happens, Detani will have won more prize money.
This is so funny, James. It's gone limp raise, and now ace-queen for Neves. Exactly the same setup.
1.4.
A limp raise for the ace-queen now as well. 3 hands in a row. I don't know if maybe this sort of dynamic is going to set a bit of a weird tone going into the heads-up match here. I mean, in all of those situations, players having legitimate hands, but sometimes you get the feeling you're getting pushed around a little bit too much. Maybe that might influence some looser calls.
Obviously, these guys have outlasted a pretty big field, 889 total entries in the PCA main event, and this is the 6th day, and these have been pretty long days that they have played. But we now reach the closing stages as they play heads up for the title and trophy. And for those of you who are clearly new to this game and asking why are deals allowed, you have to remember it's the players' money. The prize pool is generated from the buy-ins of the players. It's not like the operator is putting up the prize money. So if the operator decides a payout structure that the players who put up the money don't necessarily agree with or want to alter, they should be allowed that right.
Yeah, and as James has already pointed out once, it's so much better that it happens in a transparent way. That the majority of the conversations that are had are done on the stage in a controlled fashion. That way we kind of have an oversight on where the players are at as we go into the sort of deeper stages where there's such a considerable amount of money to play for.
Sorry.
This does also feel not just Detani versus Neves, it is also Team Polarized Poker versus Team NASA. João Vieira being Pedro Neves' poker coach and Detani being part of Polarized Poker.
Pocket jacks again. Detani just been such a card rack throughout this entire tournament.
Fishmonger Poker asks, is the PSPC multiple day ones? Nope, one starting flight. make sure you are here for the beginning, the start of the PSPC. I'm not just hyping this up, guys. It is a magical moment, and you do not want to miss it. 12:30 Eastern tomorrow.
And don't forget, it's a freeze-out as well, right, James?
Correct.
A freeze-out, guys. That's all they can do. 1 bullet.
400.
Just a raise this time from Neves. Jack 7 off.
That is Michel's partner, Raquel, watching from the rail. He still has the chip advantage right now.
Yeah, 350.
Tani has raised from the button. And looks like a call from Neves. And we've only seen Datani's hand so far, which is 10-3, so we know he has a pair of 10s. We are sweating with Michel Datani, Nick.
Absolutely. Oh, he might put it in the box now. There you go, 9-5 off.
Ugh.
That's a bit of a wider defend here, given the open from Datani. So I think just a bet and a take it a lot of the time here.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Shout out to Curling Master in the chat, a regular from my stream. You're not all casino managers like James. Absolutely not. He's the big boss here.
Did you check your work permit to see what your job here is?
I don't know if I've received it yet. I'm sure it's here somewhere, but
I think
if it's something comical, I'll let you know.
Please do. So Neves first to act here in the small blind on the button. Ace-Jack.
400.
Raises to 400,000. Michel Datani in the big blind. Has Ace-5 suited. Artisanal sourdough in action. And a call from Datani. And we will see a flop. And that flop is Ace-10 deuce with 1 club.
Oh, James, this could get expensive. Both players making top pair heads up. Obviously, Datani with the backdoor straight draws and backdoor clubs as well. Even more incentive for him to stick around facing some aggression on the flop. And I don't think Neves ever misses a continuation here.
No, Datani checks to Neves, who bets 225,000. And Datani will make the call, taking us to the turn.
4 of clubs would be ridiculously spicy.
How about the queen of clubs?
That'll do as well. Now Neves with the gut shot to Broadway as well.
Yeah, Neves still 62% favorite. 11% chance of a chop as Datani checks for a second time.
850.
And a bet now of 850,000 into a pot of 1.4 million.
Yeah, really sizing up now. Really wants to punish. Datani's not going anywhere, though. There's a 0% chance he's folding this hand. I mean, I can think of a few rivers that would get really ugly here, James.
Calls again. We are going to the river. We have a pot of 3.1 million. The river card is the 3 of clubs. That is the nut flush for Datani.
Oh, and a quick check as well.
Checks a third time.
Snap checks with the backdoor clubs.
$2.1.
Neves goes big. 2/3 pot, 2.1 million.
Oh, he's fallen right into the trap, James.
And just double checking, Datani has the nuts, so has to raise. The question is how much?
He's got to go for all of it at this point, right?
And
I mean,
if he does that, there's some flush, two-pair straight combos out there. Neves doesn't have to call this off.
No, absolutely not. However, there are plenty of combinations that probably feel inclined to do so every time, so you just go for all of it.
That's a time bank card.
That was a very, very flamboyant time bank card. I honestly think, given the action, you just got to go for max.
All in.
He does pull the trigger. Datani shoves, and it is all into call for Pedro Neves. But as we were just highlighting, Nick, there's a lot of hands out there that beat him.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, plenty of just like ace deuce, ace three, that kind of thing. But the thing is, James, they probably would just flat on the river here, right? They wouldn't be check raising this river. They'd be too concerned about king, jack, ace 10, ace queen, aces, queens, tens. He's going to have a very, very slim range here. And it's going to be strong a lot of the time.
Well, to use the time-honored quote from Scotty Wynn back in 1998, you call it's all over, baby. Neves calls here with just top pair. It's over. And the trophy will be presented to Michel Datani. All the time bank cards. All the time in the world.
Can I get a gif of that, please, immediately? That is a meme in the making right there, James.
How many is the spin?
Seriously, though, chat, somebody please make a gif of that. I absolutely must have it immediately. What a moment, pushing all the time banks in.
Datani willing a call. Still has a few time bank cards to burn through. Big decision. Neves is counting how much he'll be left with if he folds. The answer is 6.83 million, and he'll still be alive. If he does call, he'll have no chips left. He'll be the runner-up.
I think the fact he just won $1 million might also play into this call somewhat, James, if he decides to make it.
Well, guaranteed better than second place prize money.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive score already.
He locked up 1.18 million in the deal they agreed. He's got a single chip in his hand. He makes the call, and that will do it. Datani has done it. He is the champion of the PCA 2023 main event. Two Portuguese players heads up for the title and trophy. Having agreed a deal, they are playing for an additional 50K, and that money plus the title and trophy will go to Michel Datani. Freelancers Online, he is the champion. made the flush on the river, shoved on his opponent, got him to call it off. And we have our winner. What a great final hand, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. We've gotten so lucky with our final hands of late, and I'm here for it. As we said, with that kind of a run out, we knew that top pair for both players was going to be a difficult one for either player to avoid getting some chips in the middle, but that run out just so perfect. And the trap check on the river, so sweet, James.
Celebrating with his partner, Raquel. Add an additional 50K to the 1,266,963 that he locked up in the deal struck with Pedro Neves.
Depois, por acaso, achei que ele estava a pensar como melhor. Achei que ele não tinha estado valete. Já estou arrependido.
Yeah, there was no shortage of run good for Datani, but also incredibly solid poker as well.
And celebrating with the rest of the polarized poker team. That's Rui and F's team.
Another legend in the game, absolute crusher, live and online.
Pá, eu disse para trocarmos, eu ia trocar contigo para aí 30%. Obrigado.
This is Michel Datani's breakthrough moment on the live poker scene. He's been on the European circuit for a few years. He said it's the first time he's made the final table of a major live event, and he's taken it down. He's a winner. He's a champion.
What a beautiful moment. That's just awesome to see.
Vá lá. Eu tive quase para poupar, achei que era demais. Depois daquele 8 terno, olha. Vai pedir em casamento.
Congratulations to our runner-up, Pedro Neves. Got more than second place prize money, courtesy of that deal, $1,183,037, talking to his rail, which includes his coach, João Vieira, Old Nazar. I mean, I was entertained by this whole final table, Nick. I'll be honest, I've been entertained by this whole tournament. Yeah. We've done so well with feature tables throughout. From when we started covering this on day 2 of the PCA main event, all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely.
And look at that gorgeous white dial Datani Daytona.
Datani Daytona, indeed.
Estou à espera que os gajos tragam. Esta é a pior parte agora. Dietismo e não sei o quê. É mais mitos? Obrigado. São 3 números.
$1,316,963 on top of that.
Okay.
And very shortly, he'll be receiving the Champions Trophy.
Bastante calma a partir de agora. Trabalho. E eu, ação?
Nada, né? Tu tinhas bocadinho, uma pinguinha.
How's it going?
Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You got a minute to talk to me here? We'll do a little interview? Okay,
Yeah, you
great.
are the commentator.
Yes, Joe Stapleton.
Yeah, I know.
Let's run through what happened today at this final table with 6 players returning. And on the very first hand of the day, Jamil Wakil was all in against Christoph Chick. Chick fluffed a flush, and we were down to 5. A huge pre-flop confrontation saw Chick at risk with pocket kings against Alex Raymond's ace-jack. An ace on the flop meant that a devastated Chick busted in 5th. A huge cooler gave us the biggest hand of the tournament. Raymond's pocket queens couldn't catch up to Pedro Neves' kings. And then former EPT champion Artur Martirosyan lost a flip to become our 3rd place finisher. So we had an all-Portuguese heads-up battle. Players agreed a deal, and that flush on the river saw Michel Datani emerge victorious. Let's go down to the floor. Let's join our winner. He's talking to Joe Stapleton.
Michelle, I heard you say in an interview that you had never been this deep in a tournament before, and that was 2 days ago. So you've definitely never been this deep in a tournament before. Then you seem like you were just trying to enjoy the ride. What about right now?
Yeah, it's true. I've played like, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 main events, and I've never passed a 3. I always bust at the end of the day, always something, or I play bad or suck out, something like that. So it's hard to believe I'm here right now.
You told me a few seconds ago your biggest live score was around $200,000. You just won $1.3 million. Tell me how that feels.
That feels pretty good. I like it.
Pretty easy question, that one. Finally, this felt like a tournament full of killers. Did you feel like a killer walking into this?
Not walking into this because the competition was tough. My opponents were very good. But I think I played well, and the cards helped a lot. We need to run good to win these kind of things.
And how about now? Do you feel like a killer now?
Yes.
He is a killer. One last question. Portugal made up 2% of the total field of this, but 100% of the heads-up field. What is going on with poker in Portugal?
Yeah, that was amazing. I don't remember how many players we were at the beginning, but I remember when we were 60, there were like 6 or 7 left, and we kept the 10% until very right to the end. I remember when I started playing EPTs, most of us never could do a deep run, never could go very far, and now we are doing heads-ups. So I think it's very good.
It's been a long time since we have had a Portuguese winner in one of our major events. Is there anything you want to say to the country of Portugal?
Vamos!
Vamos! And let's say to Michelle, congratulations to our PCA main event champion, Michelle Datani.
And of course, that is not us done. A reminder that we are going to segue tomorrow into the PSPC. The PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship starts on Monday. It's a 5-day event. We'll follow every single day of it. But this is how the PCA main event finished. A deal agreed between the two Portuguese players, Pedro Neves and Michelle Datani, with Datani emerging victorious, claiming the biggest amount of money, $1,316,963. And now it's time for him to claim the PCA main event trophy. It's time for us to go down to the floor for the winner's presentation.
Welcome to the winner's presentation for the PCA 2023 main event. Joining me on stage alongside the winner and the runner-up are Toby Stone, the tournament director, table game shift manager, Hugo Bethel, and head of global live events operations, Cedric Below. Before we give away the trophy, just a few words from Cedric.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, everyone. I just want to say a quick word. It's an amazing way to start 2023. On behalf of PokerStars, I just want to address a huge thanks to all the players for coming and play here. And of course, a huge thanks to all the staff who has been working incredibly hard. The venue is amazing, the Bahamar, so thank you to our partners as well. Congratulations again to Michelle, and we hope to see most of you in the PSPC tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Cedric. And now, on to the good stuff. After 6 days of exceptional poker, we have reached the end of an incredible PCA main event. This event had 889 entries, generating a prize pool of $8.6 million. First, I would like to congratulate our runner-up, Pedro Neves. And now, walking away with a first place prize of $1.3 million, please join me in congratulating our PCA main event champion, Michelle Datani.
Someone's going to have to sweep that get up tonight because we've got the PSPC being played on that stage tomorrow. Congratulations once again to Michel Detani as that wraps the PCA main event. Remember, if you head to the PokerStars blog, you'll get updates and stories from the entire festival, including a full preview of what's happening tomorrow. The Players' Championship, with profiles of some of the Platinum Pass winners who'll be competing against the pros for life-changing money. We're streaming it all 5 days. We want you with us, so make sure you are here tomorrow. The start time, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 6:30 p.m. Central European Time. The PCA was just a prelim. Now it's all about the PSPC. But thank you for watching our last 5 days of coverage. Watch us for the next 5 right now from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benger, Scott Baumstein, Sam Grafton, and the entire production team. I am James Hartigan saying good night from the Bahamas. Join us tomorrow for the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship.
Supernatural power.